Thank you, Chair. We're now live on YouTube when you're ready.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to East Devon District Council's virtual strategic planning meeting on the 11th of January 2022. I'm your chair, Councillor Dan Ledger. Based on the decisions of Council to continue virtual meetings until the 11th of May 2022, I would like to remind both members and public attending or watching that the Council has delegated much of its decision-taking powers to our senior officers. We will continue to adhere as closely as possible to the procedural rules detailed in our constitution. In the event of a break in the internet connection, please bear with us, we try to reconnect. After 15 minutes, if we are not able to reconnect, we'll consider the meeting adjourned and reconvened at a later date. If you wish to comment, please raise your electronic hand and wait to be called. Any members of the public can view the agenda by visiting our website at eastdevon.gov.uk. We'll now start the meeting by doing a roll call of all committee members here present. And it's over to you, Wendy, to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with you, Councillor Ledger.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Allen. Councillor Arnott.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Blakey.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bonetta is expected to join later. So next is Councillor Chamberlain.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Present, thank you.
Oh, sorry, too quick. Councillor Howe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Present.
Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Pratt.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Rylance.
Present, thanks, Wendy.
Councillor Skinner.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. I can confirm we're quorum for today's meeting. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Wendy. Really appreciated. We start with public speaking, and we have two members of the public wishing to speak today. The first one is Mr. Dan Rogers from Bell Cornwell, and that's relating to agenda item 8, which is the Cranbrook Plan DPD. Apologies. Mr. Rogers, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. The floor's yours.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Bell Cornwell are planning consultants for Cranbrook LVA, who are the owners of the farlands site on London Road, which sits within the Cobden's expansion area of Cranbrook. Cranbrook LVA have submitted a planning application on their land which proposes 260 homes, a small part of a local neighbourhood centre, and a junior sports pitch. Importantly, the site is also a self-contained parcel of land, and the scheme has been designed so it can come forward as a standalone early phase of development, but also with the ability to integrate and connect with adjacent parcels of land as they come forward. In short, subject to planning permission being granted, the farland site is ready to go and can deliver 260 much needed houses for the district. We feel that sites like farlands can be an easy win for the LPA in terms of providing housing delivery. However, due to delays in the DPD examination process and the current proposed phasing of education at Cranbrook, the timing of this delivery does seem to be at risk. The main modification relating to the phasing of education, MM11, which you will consider today, in our view and our clients' view, stifles the delivery of the smaller sites. And it means that sites like farlands, which are capable of that much needed early housing delivery, are beholden on the lead developers and those within the consortium that control the school land to come forward. This will inevitably cause delay. Whilst we do understand the need for early school delivery, the current approach provides no flexibility for the smaller developers, and we're asking members to look at this today and consider what more can be done to help aid that early housing delivery. We believe there can be scope for flexibility on this issue. East Devon and Devon County Council have previously used solutions such as temporary classrooms to accommodate the needs of children arising from new housing developments in the strategic areas of the district. One such example was at Broadcliff Community Primary, where applications in 2018 sought to retain and provide temporary accommodation to meet a growth in population whilst the construction of a permanent school was awaited in the wider area. There's also the potential to use existing capacity in local primary schools, which exists currently. Phasing policy in the DPD could make the same allowances here and allow for interim solutions, such as temporary classrooms over a short period. Indeed, it is not uncommon for suitable interim education provision to be used in such circumstances. We've previously provided officers with a modification which we believe is a sensible way forward. A policy can still be drafted that gives DCC the certainty of early school delivery by the lead developers, whilst allowing flexibility to those who don't have control of the primary school land to look at interim solutions, such as the funding of temporary classrooms at existing schools or using existing capacity. This flexibility, thank you. This flexibility will help the council's 5-year housing land supply, whilst allowing small sites like farlands and others to be delivered without being beholden on others to deliver key infrastructure, including, in this case, important education facilities. We respectfully ask that members give this matter full consideration at this critical stage of the process, and if necessary, defer the matter for officers to revisit with our input. We believe there are better solutions than the current phasing policy proposed. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Mr. Rogers. At this time, I don't know if I'll bring in Mr. Ed Freeman, the service lead, at this time, or you'd like to cover it off in your report, Ed, whichever you prefer.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably more appropriate now to directly respond to the points made just briefly. I mean, it's worth saying that obviously the DPD establishes the principle that school places at Cranbrook need to be available in advance of the housing coming forward. And I think that's clearly an appropriate principle that we need to establish through the DPD, and we need to have a robust policy that achieves that, which is what we've sought to achieve through the plan. As Mr. Rogers points out, their development at Farlands is reliant on the school coming forward in one or more of the other expansion areas first, which is potentially going to delay development of the Farlands area. There has been lots of discussions with Devon County Council as the Education Authority about interim measures, as has been suggested, and we're happy to continue to work with them to try and achieve that. But no solution has been found that would enable the Farlands development to date to come forward in advance of school provision on one or more of the other expansion areas. And this has all been discussed through the examination process of the plan. So what I would say is the main modifications that are before you today have been agreed with the inspector, and she is seeking us to consult on those. We are not in a position to amend those at this point in time. So I would advise Mr. Rogers to make his comments in response to the consultation, and also to continue to work with us to try and find a solution that does enable Farlands to come forward earlier. And that can always be taken through as a departure from policy if members are content that an appropriate solution has been found. So I think that's the way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Mr. Freeman. Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers, for your contribution today. We move on to Mr. Alan Kennard, and this is in relation to item 9, the local plan. Mr. Kennard, it's over to you whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Chair?
We can hear you. Oh.
I've unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you whenever you're ready.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. You are not helped at this point with the government's review of the planning legislation. We await with anticipation Michael Gove's revised proposals and trust that the housing targets for East Devon will be less than the figure you are currently required to achieve. The matter is further complicated by the stock of developers' permissions already granted in outline, but where little or no building has commenced. This must be taken into account. You will be aware of the Triple X Action Plan published in, I think, April 21. Among its recommendations and objectives is the need to reduce over time and within your timescale the effluent of phosphates and other chemicals into our rivers. The matter must surely apply to the Culm and other catchments as it does to the Axe. In support of this report, I urge your council to include a policy that requires all significant planning applications to address the consequences of runoff, and you require full commitment as a condition of planning approval to these aims, the commitment to be binding and the subject of regular monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kennard. I think we will be addressing this through the production of the ACS nutrient management plan, specifically for the River ACS. But Mr. Freeman, do you have anything else you wish to add?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, certainly. Well, we already have the ACS nutrient management plan in place. It's about delivering projects that deliver the aspirations of the nutrient management plan on the ACS. And I'd take the point about other watercourses as well, albeit it's the ACS that's the designated SAC sites where those issues apply. We are working up policies within the local plan, and members will be pleased to learn that our new ecologist started last week with us, and obviously he'll be helping us to take forward proposals to address these issues through the local plan as we work up detailed policies moving forwards. So yes, those are certainly issues on our radar to address.
Thanks very much for that, Ed, and thank you very much for your contribution today, Mr. Kennard. We now move to Councillor Bruce, who wishes to make a short statement on behalf of our parish he represents. Over to you, Alistair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee, for allowing me. I might say that I've been where you are today, and perhaps it's the most important part of being a councillor that I found. So I commend your tenacity and indeed your stamina for what's ahead of you. This is a statement that was given to me by Getisham parish to read out, so it goes. In recent years, there's been a significant westward extension of Homerton within the parish of Getisham of both residential and allocated commercial land. As part of the Housing Employment Land Availability Assessment, further land has been identified as being available, which would encroach further towards the conservation village of Getisham, in fact, to within 400 metres of the village and visible from the village itself. The land suitability ranking shown on the maps in the supporting supplementary site identification report, gives for this land a grade 2 ranking. However, the accompanying site assessment text at page 22 gives a grade 3 ranking. Whilst both these rankings suggest that the land is not suitable for consideration at this stage, there is the caveat, of course, in the report to the effect that should the numbers not be met, they will come back and revisit the site. To assist Getisham Parish Council, we would suggest that a clear distinction be made between land north, which is an employment allocation in the current LP, and south of the railway line, and in relation to the land south of the railway line. Consideration be given to the ranking being revised to level 1, recognising that there are many sound planning reasons, as indeed identified by your officers, to conclude that this land is in fact not deliverable. And I get the sense from that the important part to sort of bring to the committee's attention is that the parish council has a strong objection to any further encroachment of residential development to the west of the Hayne Farm development regarding land reference number Getisham 01 and 05. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. We will obviously keep that in mind when we get to the site allocations, but I don't believe that it probably won't be today. I'm being very optimistic if we feel that we're going to get to site allocations today. Councillor Arnott, you wish to add a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Just following up from Mr. Kennard, and thank you, Mr. Kennard. His question about, or statement about runoff and effluent. It felt from your answer that as far as the ACS nutrient management plan is concerned, we've sort of got that covered within the local plan. But he did also mention the Culm as well. And I imagine he was thinking of other rivers and tributaries in the area. So I just wondered if, I'm sure Mr. Kennard doesn't want to stay with us all day as we go through our 1,121 page agenda. But I wonder if Ed can provide any assurances, but further to a new ecologist working, that we are looking at all of these river systems as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. What I'll ask Ed to do is to provide a written answer for Mr. Kennard, just so that obviously we can move on with today's meeting and provide all the necessary detail for Mr. Kennard. Okay. Thank you for that. We now move on to agenda item 2, which is minutes of the previous meeting held on the 14th of December, pages 3 to 29. If anyone has any comments on these minutes, please raise your electronic hand. If there are no hands raised, I'll take that as an indication that you're happy for the minutes to be noted. Councillor Allen, over to you.
I just wondered, Chair, whether the proposal I put forward should be lodged in the minutes as well. I haven't seen it there, and you've included a lot of other comments, but not that particular proposal.
It was just the fact that your proposal at the last meeting wasn't seconded and we didn't vote on it. It was to bring forward at the next meeting at the relevant time. I believe you said it was chapter 2 that you wished for it to be included, Councillor.
Yes.
And so, we were going to bring it up at that point and take a vote on it then. Yes,
that's very kind of you to commit to that. I just wondered whether it should have been included in the minutes so that people could read it. That's all.
I defer to the committee on what they believe. Councillor Ingham, you wish to comment?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I want to ask a question on clarity then. Are you saying that if we want any change made to any of the policies or the wording there, we have to put forward a proposal and for it to be seconded? And it won't be, Ed won't be taking things on board. We actually have to, we want things included, we have to put forward a proposal and it's seconded and voted on.
It's when it's a departure from the report that is in front of us, yes. Ed will and other officers will take on board the comments made by all of the committee, but it will actually give weight to the proposals and it'll be an indication from the full committee rather than an individual councillor, which then holds more weight. Councillor Bailey, you wish to come in. Good morning.
Thank you. Yes. I would like to put forward a motion, Councillor Ledger, just to adjust the order of the items on the agenda today, and I wasn't sure when to do that, so I'll just leave that with you, whether I do that now or before the first item once we've done our declaration.
You do that before the first item, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the minutes are a statement of motions and business approved and passed or rejected. And since it never got to the voting stage, there's no real reason for it to be included in the minutes, in my view.
Thanks very much. Does anyone have any other comments, or are we happy to note the minutes? Councillor Bailey? No. I'll take those minutes as noted then. Agenda item 3 are apologies. Wendy, did we have any apologies today? Or I think we might have a full house.
Councillor Bonetta will be hopefully joining us later.
Thank you very much. Declarations of interest are next. Can I please remind members to state the item number, what type of interest, whether it's a personal or a DPI, and why they're declaring their interest. And it's over to Wendy again to go through a roll call.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with you. Councillor Ledger.
None, thank you, Wendy.
Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
Yes, I'm an Exmouth Town Councillor, which is relevant to large areas of the local plan. So just to state that as a personal interest.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
None, as far as I know, Wendy. I will declare it if appropriate at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Along the lines of Councillor Davey, please. I'm a Colleton Parish Councillor and it may apply throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Wendy. I'm a Devon County Councillor and that's for all items on the agenda. It's a personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blakey.
Yes, item number 8, the Cranbrook DPD. I have a personal interest as a member of Cranbrook Town Council. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Wendy. I have a personal interest as a parish councillor for Broadclyst, and also I'm a resident of Broadclyst. I also need to declare that I have a planning application currently in with East Devon in Broadcliff Station, which does border one of the expansion zones to do with the DPD, but that is just a personal interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hayward.
Thank you. Personal interest in items 7 and 8, as I have family members living there. And in item 9, I'm the clerk to All Saints Parish Council, Chardstock Parish Council, and locum clerk to Axminster Town Council, 2 of whom are mentioned in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, personal interest, and I'm a parish councillor for Cliff St Mary, and obviously that's part of chapter whatever the hell it is these days we're dealing with, item 9 on the agenda. Also in a business in Cliff St Mary as well, and if that becomes relevant, I'll bring that up at the time.
Thank you. Councillor Ingham.
None, thank you.
Councillor Moulding.
None that I'm aware of, but if something crops up during the discussion, then I will declare my interest at that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pratt.
None, thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Rylance.
Personal interest in items 7, 8 and 9 on the basis of being a Broadcliff Parish Councillor and a resident of Broadcliff, and my house is possibly slightly within the Cliff Valley Regional Park, which is also mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Skinner.
Yes, I have I make a declaration of interest of being a personal interest of friends with FWS Carter and Sons. It's the Carter boys, so I shall not be speaking or voting on anything to do with them. I can't be specific about a particular part of the chapter because it varies in and out, so I will have to declare as and when those moments come, if you don't mind, if that was possible. And the other personal interest I have is that I had a piece of land put into the healer process, and that piece of land is not within this documentation. I have had a conversation with our monitoring officer, and he feels it quite right that I do not declare a DPI. Well, I'm within my rights not to declare a DPI, but I am making a personal interest because I have always declared my personal interest on this particular subject all the way through, although the piece of land in question is not involved in this documentation at all. So it's just making myself clear, which I wish I had done at the last meeting, and then it would have been a bit easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Wendy. Thank you, members. Agenda item 5 are matters of urgency, so I can confirm that there are no matters of urgency to discuss. Agenda item 6 is confidential and exempt items. I can confirm that there are no confidential or exempt items. And then we are at agenda item 7, so that's the main part of the debate, and I did say Councillor Bailey would like to make a motion at this point. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ledger. So yes, in the last meeting, I did raise several times, and I also raised afterwards with Councillor Ledger my concern about the way that we're approaching and the order in which we're looking at the new local plan. And today, obviously, we've got 2 items before we even get to the local plan. My main concern is that we are not starting, I think, in the key and most important part of the local plan, which could potentially be a real showstopper. And that relates to the new town. And I'm really, really concerned that we should be prioritising discussing the new town rather than the individual policies. And I think seeing the work around the Cranbrook DPD has made my concerns even greater, because we can see how long these issues take to resolve around viability and feasibility. I mean, the hearings for the Cranbrook extension were 2 years ago, and we're going out to consultation now. So I'm concerned that I don't feel confident in the work. I don't know what work's being done around the new town. I know that the local plan talks about feasibility work being done this year. But my concern is that we're focusing at this stage far too much and far too quickly on those individual policies without looking at the showstoppers. And the showstoppers for me are the new town and the spatial strategy. I'm not at all suggesting that we focus in on the individual sites, but we have to look at the fact that we've got a massive mismatch between the spatial strategy and then the overall sites that have come forward. And Ed Freeman kindly touched on that at the start of the last meeting. So my concern is that there are some elements of the local plan that are outside our control, and that relates to the new town feasibility and the overall spatial strategy, because we haven't got the sites in the right places. So I believe that we should be focusing on that first. And I know that the officers have preferred and have put forward and have suggested that we started on chapter 8. But I don't believe that that's the appropriate course of direction. I believe that we should be examining closely. And I am concerned that we've had many meetings, but we haven't really got to the nitty-gritty of the new town and the spatial strategy. And I know that we've talked at length about the hierarchy of settlement, but for me, there's a real problem in that the hierarchy of settlement doesn't tie in with the sites, the overall sites, and I'm not just talking about individual little ones. So my concern is that we also haven't had the HELAR discussion. So I think that we should be prioritising those two things as a starting point for our discussions today. I'm happy, I think, to have those two other items first, but I really do feel that actually when we get to the local plan, we should start at the key chapters, which is chapter 2 and chapter 3, and then go back to discussing all those individual policies. So under, I think it's 13 section 13(1)(c) of the Constitution, which enables members to suggest a change in order, I would like to suggest and put forward a proposal that we change the order in which we discuss things today. And I'd be really interested to hear what other people have to say about that. Thank you.
Anita, can I bring you in at this point? Because it's not actually the agenda items themselves that Councillor Bailey's asking to change. And what the view that I would take is that Councillor Bailey is well within our right under the Constitution to suggest changes to the agenda items themselves, but how the agenda items that are taken therein individually and how they are conducted is then the right of the chair.
Yes. Back to basics. It is always for the chair to decide on their agenda and the order of their agenda, and I think that remains a basic. I think my slight concern is that Ed's put and yourself, Chair, have put a lot of time and effort with others into deciding an appropriate way forward for this process, and Shirley, I think, has been more involved in that than I have, but you've put a lot of time into it. There is no ideal way to deal with this. It's a massive subject, it's a problematic subject wherever you start, and my understanding is that you had formulated the direction of travel in such a way that members got to deal with the how do I express it, the almost the academics before you got to the detail of the sites, because we all know we could talk about sites all day long and specifics, but what's key is that these policies are considered appropriately and are delivered appropriately. And for me, I think the work may be worth getting Ed's view, but the work has been done to very deliberately determine this way forward. I'm sure there are many ways it could have been done, but this is the decision that you've chosen, Chair, and I think that's been well discussed. There's nothing irrational about the order that you've chosen. It's a deliberate order, if that's helpful.
Thanks very much for that, Anita. Councillor Howe, come to you.
I want to make an amendment to Councillor Bailey's proposal, if I can, and that is to change the order of the agenda as subject to the standing order that she's mentioned, because I want us to deal with item 9 first and now. How you deal with it, I openly accept that you can choose to carry on as you have done in doing the policies first and then go on to the actual nitty-gritty that Councillor Bailey wants to discuss, and I think we all should be discussing, which is the site allocations. But until we have finished with item 9, how can we seriously look at the Cranbrook plan or anything else? Because we might have implications from the Cranbrook plan, from the local plan, that might need to make us revisit such things as the Cranbrook plan and other such things. We cannot keep chopping and changing this agenda around. The agenda was set, we never finished it last time, it should have been first on the agenda this time, and I wholeheartedly ask Councillor Bailey to ask for this amendment to be changed and for us to then go to a vote on it, because we cannot do what is this agenda as it's proposed today. Thank you.
The issue is that we might, in most likelihood, will not finish agenda item 9 today. We do need to get the DPD off to examination, back to the inspector, and out for consultation.
Chair, I know
Ed,
that.
Do you have anything you wish to add, Ed?
Thank you, Chair. Really, just to say the Cranbrook plan obviously is quite urgent, and we do need to get that out to consultation and back to the inspector. So I do really need a decision on that one today. So yes, that is an urgent item from my point of view to get a decision on today if we can.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to very much support. I mean, the ethos of what Councillor Bailey is speaking upon is she's absolutely quite right in what she's saying, and I'm very much supportive of that. The way that Councillor Herron, I'm going to support his amendment and put that forward as a motion, because I do feel we ought to take a vote on this, because it's absolutely critical that we get this balance right. And I understand, Chair, from your perspective and from Ed's perspective, this is a very difficult course, and I understand that. This was never going to be easy to start with, and I think we all knew that. We had to grab that. But Councillor Bailey, who started this off, really is absolutely correct in her approach and what she's trying to say. And it's very difficult to have, chicken and egg. But I think the approach that has been put forward, and I very much hope we have a vote on it. What I find is an anomaly which you're going to come up against, Chair, and this would be a challenge to your chairmanship right at this particular moment in time, is that whether you take the lead, because it seems to be from what Anita was saying, was that you can choose exactly how you want to do it. But if we ever vote on it, we want to do something different, whether or not you're going to challenge that particular process. And that would be interesting to see where that goes. But I very much want to support, unless I would give way to Councillor Bailey if she wanted to support the amendment what Mr. Councillor Howe put forward. If not, I shall, and do it whichever way is going to suit people in coming forward first. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I would support Councillor Howe's amendment. I think we can't be chopping and changing. I hear what Councillor Ledger says, and I hear what Ed Freeman says, but I think that's the issue with the approach that's being taken. And that's a result of the fact that we spent 6 hours at the last meeting talking about individual policies, and that's what's obviously planned for today as well. And I think as a member, it would be really helpful. So before the last meeting, I had no idea that we were going to be starting at section 8. And I know it's at the chair's discretion, but I think this is a collaborative process, and we should be understanding how we're going to work on everything, and not suddenly be, and I did feel ambushed by the fact that we started at chapter 8 and rather than the logical chapter 2 and 3. I hear what Anita says, but I would support, I think we can't be chopping and changing. We can't be just pushing the local plan to the end of the agenda. I've changed my mind, and I support what Mike Howe says, so I'd like to go to a vote on it, please, subject to any comments that anybody else has. Thank you.
I'm not a dictator, so happy to take it to a vote. I don't think we need contributions from everywhere. Anyone else?
Chair.
Yeah, I know. We need a seconder. So Councillor Howe's proposed it. Councillor Skinner seconded it.
Okay.
And my hand's up.
Councillor Ingham, you wish to add anything?
Yeah, when I read a book, and I've read 1 or 2, I never start at chapter 8. And if when you're constructing a book, I would say as any author, if you decide that chapter 8 is where it should start, you usually make that chapter 1, so everyone else can plan how they're going to read it accordingly by starting at the beginning. So I really do think that you've managed to create a Gordian knot, because now everyone's prepared for the agenda that you've set out. I certainly have. So it's inconvenient to change it yet again. But I do take on board what Councillor Bailey has said, and that we should have started at the beginning in the first place. So I'm really disappointed by what's happened already, and we've only just started. I wonder what any inspector will make of the process when we explain what happened, and I'm sure people will. Thank you, Chair.
I think the only comment that I'd make to that is, how will we give weight to any of our decisions with any form of policy to any site allocation without any form of policy in place? And that's a question for all committee members here. We have very small amounts of policy direction that we've given as a committee. How are we supposed to dictate to officers, give any form of weight to any site that we are for or against it without the policy in place? We don't have it. And that is the reason that we've started at the latter chapters, so that we can give the officers indications on which kind of policies and where we wish to go. And then that then gives way to how we decide for or against different sites. I can't see it working any other way. If any other members can, fantastic, please do enlighten me. But I really would like to move on with this meeting. We've got a very long all-day meeting, and I'd like to take this to a vote now. So we've had it proposed and seconded that we change the order of debate. Shirley, can we please take, Mrs. Shaw, can we take that to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members, please press your green tick if you're in support of the change in the order of business. Please press your red cross if you're against the recommendation for the change in order of business, or raise your electronic hand if you wish to indicate you're abstaining from the vote.
Okay, the vote is currently underway. So we have 7 votes in favour, 5 votes against.
Thanks very much for that. So we move to agenda item 9. And that is the working draft of the proposed East Devon local plan. And it's over to Ed Freeman.
Thank you, Chair. Question to you, Chair. Are we still starting and picking up where we left off at the last meeting?
Yes, we will be, yeah.
Okay. So probably not a great deal to say, other than I think the intention is to pick up where we left off, which was at strategy 65 in chapter 12 of the working draft of the local plan, which was at travel plans, transport statements and transport assessments. This is continuing with the discussion about the detailed policies of which we would expect sites to respond, to then give a framework and a setting to consideration of sites later on, either today or at a subsequent meeting. So starting at policy 65, which I've...
Sorry, it's 64, Ed.
Is it 60?
Yeah, sorry.
Apologies, skipped one. Strategy 64, which was protecting transport sites and routes. So this is intended to be a policy that protects certain key sites and routes from developments that will be shown on the policies map. So these things like strategic cycle network schemes, such as that between Cranbrook and Exeter, Seaton to Collerton, etc. And railway passing loops, which members will be aware are perhaps key to public transport enhancements in the area, particularly having a passing loop in Wimpole to Cranbrook to enable a half-hourly service to Cranbrook in the future, but also potential passing loops further down the line at Honiton and Axminster to enhance services to those settlements. So that's hopefully a helpful brief introduction to Strategy 64.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. And I realise Councillor Bonnetta's joined us. So Councillor Bonnetta, do you have any declarations of interest at this time? Has he left the room again? Did join for a brief period. We'll come back. Councillor Allen, you wish to make a comment?
Sorry, Chair. It was a comment on 65, not 64, so I'll come back to it if I may.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I would suggest that the most important route in a similar fashion, part of the cycle network, is one that already exists, which is the one from Exeter to Exmouth. That was done in a hurry. There's many of us who feel that that should be upgraded. In order to do that, you have to give due consideration to where the upgrade would take place. I think that was number 1 or number 2 in Lympston's neighbourhood plan. So I feel that we should recognise that, and that we should consider adding a comment that where cycle networks need upgrading, we have to identify how we're going to do it. 12 years on, about time we did. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Ragg, over to you.
Yeah, Chair, I've been watching this, and I noted that after the result of the vote was taken, Councillor Chamberlain voted and Councillor Bonetta was kept in the waiting room. So I think that the result was not a just one. And I don't know whether you consider retaking the vote, Chair.
Councillor Ragg, unfortunately, we can only take the votes of members there, and we would not know which direction Councillor Bonetta would have voted. So the vote stands as is, and we need to move on. Councillor Rixon, over to you. Thank you, though.
Thank you, Chair. Talking about cycle routes, I think one of the problems we have in the district is that although we have cycle routes, they're fragmented, and we should really be joining them up so they're far more effective.
Thank you for that, Councillor Rixon. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to get my head around this one at present. The trouble is it's sustainable travel and providing the transport and communication facilities we need. I mean, my query, I suppose, is not about cycle routes, although the trouble is with these cycle routes, they're also footpaths and a lot of public use them. So we need to be very mindful of that and be very careful of that. And I think that was what Mr. Councillor Ingham was trying to highlight with the Exe Valley Trail, or whatever you want to call it, the cycle route, because the mix of public and cycles on that quite narrow route causes an awful lot of problems, and we don't want to see that on other routes. But I want to raise it now either way, and it's a highways issue, not a cycle route and everything else. So although not sustainable, it will actually make a big difference, is the lack of a route from the A30 to the 3052. And we need to be really careful about that and work out how the hell we're going to do this. But it was just a comment on that at present. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howe. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit lost. I'm trying to sort out where I am on the agenda now. But cycleways is one of the key.
Exactly, similarly.
Hello? Yeah. Cycleways and footpaths are a key issue. Connecting communities to communities. Yes, we've got the estuary trail, which is great, but to get to it, you have to, most people have to get in their car and park up in congested villages to use it. And I would like to see a lot more cycleways. Unfortunately, Devon County Council are the lead on this, and it does seem to take a long time to get any cycleways approved. We are working on one at the moment with Devon County Council with the Cliffs Valley Regional Park. Recently, Devon County Council have reconsidered the idea of quiet lanes, that is making priority to pedestrians, cyclists and horse riders on lanes and restricting the use of the lanes to access only. This policy has worked in Norfolk very successfully. We have got more lanes. Well, we've got more roads in Devon than anywhere else, any other county, and it would make perfect sense to have quiet lanes. So we need to prioritise cycleways and footpaths to make greener connections between communities. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution, Councillor Young. Councillor Davey, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to support what Councillor Young just said. Councillor Howe's absolutely right. It is a highways issue, and part of the reason that we have a continuing conflict between pedestrians and cyclists is that cyclists have always been seen as kind of lumped with pedestrians as the non-car users. And so the policy has always been to kind of use footpaths as cycleways. We should be using roads as cycleways, and we need to change the priorities here. At the moment, the priority is for the car everywhere, on roads, in developments. They're all predicated on car use, and we need to change the priorities here so that active travel is the way to get around, and the car is the secondary means of getting to places. I'm not pretending that we can all manage without a car. Of course we can't. We need very good public transport in order to do that, although it could be possible. But we do need to change the priorities so that we're prioritising active travel and changing the way we view roads. And of course that unfortunately comes down to Devon County Council.
Thank you for that, Councillor Davey. Councillor Skinner, you're next.
Yes, thank you. And lots of what's been said, I very much agree. But and along with Councillor Davey, I very much agree with lots of what he was saying. But in reality, let's cut to reality, because what we're trying to do here is to set a policy and to set something in stone. And the only way that this is going to happen is that people driving cars will always see a cyclist, as they do with motorcycles, as smaller. So when you've got mopeds and all the rest of it, and they become a hindrance on the road. Now, you can't take that away because the roads are built for the cars. On that basis, the only way you can prioritise, I believe, for safety of cyclists, and I try to run this in how I run my own business when I do health and safety. I look at health and safety of many things on sites and farms and all the things I do. If there was a risk assessment done of cyclists on roads, it would be a definite no-no because it's far too dangerous. The fact is, we're living our lives. The only way we're going to get around this is a policy that's built in such a way that, in working conducively with Devon County Council, with infrastructure funding from central government, that a prioritisation, and as Councillor Davey quite rightly pointed out, a prioritisation lane or path where cyclists are and cars aren't. Then unless we start writing things like that within our policy, it's all right here to talk about what we think about cyclists or not, but if we're making policy and policy decisions and we're going forward on that front, then let's start to put something down about how we see the prioritisation, or the, shall we say, not the prioritisation of cyclists, because I don't think that would necessarily work, because roads are roads, but what we can do is have those safety zones. And I think that's where Councillor Davey was sort of alluding to, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't mean to put words in his mouth, but I very much see that as a priority, as what I do about thinking that cars are going to give way. People are going to live their lives and cars will be where they are. So we have to work it in that way. And I like another point I'd like to make which was made earlier, and lots of stuff that Councillor Young said. Absolutely do I agree with many things of what he said. He spoke very, very eloquently in the way of the joining up of the villages and the towns and the like, and cycle paths being a part of that process. So I'm very much in agreement with all this, but what we need is some sort of policy in going forward and some sort of agreement between us as an authority, particularly a planning authority, and how we make that happen. And here's our moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Blakey, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Whilst I wouldn't necessarily disagree with everything that's been said before, let's accept that not everybody is able or willing to cycle, and certainly not year round. So the matter of public transport is, to my mind, uppermost. Problem we have with public transport, if you look at buses, is that they have to occupy the same space as cars and other road users. So they're subject to the same delays and the same congestion. The real opportunity for an expansion of public transport, albeit limited by the nature of the structure, is the railways. And I think that the policy suggestion that we should ask for passing loops at Axminster, Honiton and in the Wimpole Cranbrook area as necessary should be really made an absolute priority, because we need a big increase in the capacity on the line that takes us from from Exeter to London. It is, in our part of the world, it's a stretch of line which is subject to poor capacity and also delay by virtue of the fact that it is single track, and we really should be pressing the central government and DCC as well to make the passing loops happen as quickly as possible, so that we can end up with a rapid and high volume railway service that'll serve right the way out through the whole of East Devon from an east-west point of view, and obviously on to London as well. So there, thank you.
Councillor Allen, you're up next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I just want to second what Councillor Howe proposed, which was a policy statement on the connection between the A303 and the A305 too, and to second the proposal by Councillor Skinner about cycle routes. But I would just stress that, as usual, government departments act in silos, and apparently the latest proposal for the change in the highway code insists that bicycles ride in the middle of their lane right the way down in front of cars, so they're visible, which makes me feel that if we manage to implement that strategy along with tractors, we can probably delay traffic moving through East Devon to the stage where we need to have somebody walk in front of the car with a red flag. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Allen. We come to Councillor Rylance next, please.
I kind of wanted to say what Councillor Allen just said. Essentially, the Department of Transport has altered the highway code in very recent days to give more priority to pedestrians and cyclists. So, you know, much as I hate to disagree with Councillor Skinner on anything, he's actually not right about that. Priority is being given bit by bit, by incremental degrees, to more vulnerable forms of transport and more sustainable forms of transport. So I'm afraid that argument doesn't wash.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Faithful, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. As a councillor who is not allowed to use a car and did my entire Devon County election with public transport on a bicycle, I would like to say that I would like this council to push for more priority to cyclists. So I didn't realise when I first went touring in France that they've got a completely different structure and cars will follow me all over the place, and I didn't understand what was going on. But I get far better treatment in France than I get in this country. I've had cars coming inches away from my elbows and close to knocking me off the road in this country. It's one of the most dangerous places I've found cycling. So, you know, we can get around without using a car if you really put your mind to it. I've had to because of medical grounds. But we need to be, it's not just what we can do, it's what we need to encourage the central government to do as well. And government policy has to be going with this. Otherwise, it's a, you know, you can put all sorts of things, but if it doesn't connect villages to villages, you're still going to have to go down country lanes and have cars racing past you inches away from you all the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Faithful. So looking to the actual paper, it's whether the decision committee is being asked to make is whether you accept the policy or you want to identify an alternative option is not to have a policy to protect these routes. So it's one or the other, and that's something that we need to start deliberating on. So Councillor Davey, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just before the Twitter sphere or whatever goes mad, I'd just point out the point was made that cyclists have been told to ride in the centre of the road. That's actually only when approaching a junction. It is not the new highway code that cyclists ride in the centre of the road all the time. So I don't want to spread alarm that way. The revisions to the highway code are interesting because they're to do with the level of harm that you are capable of doing. And the understanding is that the priority becomes that the car is the most capable of inflicting harm on others, and therefore has a responsibility to behave accordingly. And that is why cyclists and pedestrians have been given priority at junctions as well, where cars are turning into roads that pedestrians and cyclists may be crossing. So those are sensible revisions which are to do with the capacity for harm and based on the accidents that actually happen.
Thanks very much, Councillor David. Councillor Arnott, you wish to come in now.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Okay, sorry, on a dodgy laptop. Right, just a confession. I'm looking at a 1,264 page agenda. Could an officer please tell me where we are on that? No hurry, but well, next couple of minutes would be nice, because I don't know. And further to that point, Chair, although I understand what Councillor Bailey wished to achieve earlier, can I just ask you now, please, given that we know corporately, as I think Councillor Blakey would confirm, we must, during the course of today, cover off the Cranbrook item. We absolutely must. So I'm just asking, not now, Chair, or you are the Chair, but can we be assured that we will get to that before the end of today, even if it means that we dip out of this current item for a bit and come back to it? Thanks, Chair.
Just for your benefit, we are on page 289 of the local plan draft. Councillor Blakey, you were named there. Do you want to come back before I come back in?
Yes, just a quick comment if I might, Chair, which is that I agree entirely with Councillor Arnott. This is going to be a long day anyway, and I think we should settle down for a longer one, perhaps even than we were anticipating. So yes, it's quite right that the DPD question is settled today. We've got to be prepared to tough it out beyond 4:30 and beyond whatever it may take to get it done.
I think what I would ask then is of members, I wouldn't really want to go further than 4 o'clock. So if we look to curtail this item at 3 o'clock, and then we ask Andy Wood to come back at 3 o'clock, because I know he's patiently waiting. He thought he was going to be the opening act, but unfortunately he's having to wait now. So we ask Andy Wood to come back at 3 o'clock. And then we move into the Cranbrook DPD item straight after that, and whether that would be okay with the committee membership.
Can I just make a comment, Chair? You passed across matters of urgency earlier in the agenda. In future, if there isn't a matter of urgency, such as this DPD, could we please take it at the appropriate time? That's part of the reason this has got confused.
No, so Councillor, a matter of urgency, I think you're confusing the two things. Are things that are items that haven't managed to meet the statutory period for putting out the agenda, whereas this did get put on the agenda in the correct amount of time, so it is not a matter of urgency, and it can be taken at this standard meeting. So it doesn't need to be put forward in that way. Shirley or Anita, correct me if I'm wrong there. Perfect.
Correct, Chair. And yeah, and of course, ironically, the agenda item was earlier in the agenda until the decision was made to move it. So we do need to deal with it. Mr. Freeman is very clear this must be dealt with, and I think the Chair is right. We may need to just guillotine existing debate to protect some time to deal with the DPD. It is a bit of a non-negotiable this time.
Thank you very much. Really appreciated with that. Councillor Miller, you wish to come in.
Thanks very much, Chair. I mean, on that, just in future, it might be an idea to adopt the model at Cabinet where you have key decisions at the top and then you have decisions that need to be made underneath to ensure that the members are aware that there are decisions that need to be made today. I think it's a shame what's happened at the start of this meeting. It's wasted a lot of time, in my view. I think the original running order was absolutely fine, and therefore I'd like to move back to the agenda, if I may, Chair, and discuss page 289 and policy 64. I just wanted to very much sort of ask Ed or you first. This is definitely just protecting existing routes? Are we trying to anticipate potential routes through this that may be developed upon? Because there's one of the proposed site allocations is the Higher Marley Road, and as Councillor Young has just been sending to me through WhatsApp messages, there's a great potential for a cycleway up to Woodbury Common, to the Pebblebed Heaths, and I'm just wondering whether there's any chance that can be included in this policy as sites that you can see should be protected, if you know what I mean, for just in case infrastructure funding can come forward for such a thing, because that it would be such a shame if we developed in that area in a way that would to prevent a potential cycleway coming forward in the future. So obviously we've got the list of the strategic cycle network schemes, we've got the railway passing loops, but I'm just wondering whether, and by the way, I endorse us going for this policy rather than not having a policy. But can we expand and include potential cycle routes, which we'd like to sort of earmark for potential development or for county to lead on in the future, that we can be careful about developing on. So I just wanted to raise that. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Miller. We'll come back to Ed in a second to cover off your points, and thank you for your earlier comments regarding the agenda. What I find quite funny is that if we hadn't have had all that debate, we'd have probably got through the agenda items themselves. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Well, actually, Councillor Miller's question was what I wanted to ask anyway, but not for his site. I have other sites, so I would actually look forward to Mr. Freeman's answer before I have a question to ask, shall we say, or follow up on.
Yeah, no problem at all. Ed, can I bring you in at that point, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yeah, the routes that are listed in Strategy 64 are those that are already established designed routes that Devon County Council have already identified and have design schemes for. So we have a route that we can mark on a plan and say that that land needs to be safeguarded for this route. I think what we've said in the text is that we're seeking comments on which sites and routes, and through public consultation, additional routes. So it may well be that in terms of looking at sites that are to be allocated, we want to establish routes through those sites, or we want to establish additional routes, and we can obviously talk to Devon County Council about that, the potential to deliver those routes, what work can be done to potentially identify a route that we can then safeguard through this policy. So yes, certainly happy to take that away and work with Devon County Council to see how we can do that. and achieve that, because I think that's entirely in line with the principles we established at the end of the last meeting in policy 63, just to remind members, which was about the 20-minute neighbourhood, and that the first priority is walking and cycling in new developments. So that inevitably is going to need additional cycle routes and walking routes to be established, not just within those new developments, but between them and key services and facilities that residents of those developments may want to access. So that's clearly part of the conversation we need to have with Devon County Council. And I hope as work progresses that we can add to those lists of projects that are listed in Strategy 64. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ed. Mike, you wish to come back?
Well, actually, I think he's covered it off. I suppose I just want to go a half step further and just highlight to Mr. Freeman that obviously when we're asking about these future cycle routes or whatever we're calling them, we need to consider the routes go both east and west and north and south. You know, particularly when we're talking about the new town close to my ward, shall we say, we need to be able to go from the A3052 to the A30 by bike, but we also need to be able to go from the new town to Exeter, you know, and vice versa, Newton Poppleford and all the other directions as well. It is no good just thinking it's straight, you know, east to west, and they can join up with the roads and other stuff other ways, etc. We need to be cohesive and fully ingrained in making sure the routes are there for everybody in all directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Councillor Allen, I'll bring you in now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that there are two proposals on the table for altering policy 64, but we're getting confused, I think, between existing routes and future plans. And it does seem to me that we need some additional policy on future transport routes that Mr. Freeman has indicated is necessary. At present, we're simply not compliant with the NPPF paragraph 106 to 109. We're not taking the legal necessity into account when we're debating transport policy. And if we don't do that, we will not have a compliant plan. We can't consult on it. And it is an example of what I feel is a rather rushed attempt to bring in the revised local plan when we've got a perfectly good local plan that we could have simply upgraded. You're talking about wasting time. This was a magnificent waste of time and effort when we could have just modified the 5-year plan. But we need to finalise this debate. I think it's gone on a long time, and there are two proposals on the table. What do we do about them, Chair?
And that's what I'll just get to. The only point I wouldn't agree with you there, Councillor Allen, is the advice from officers who are the experts in this area was that we needed a new plan, and I'd rather take their advice on the matter. What we will do is we've had 2 amendments to the policy. Obviously, from the feeling of the group is that they would like a policy on this. The only vote that we will take is that whether we add in the additional comments made by Councillor Ingham and Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor Allen, and whether we could take a vote on that, please. Shelley, did you get the comments made or the proposals, or would you like the members to repeat them?
If members could please repeat them, I haven't got a full note of what they actually proposed and seconded.
Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, my screen don't come up very quick. What I was supposing, and I think if I get any sort of clarification, was that I was looking for designated parts of the road access for cyclists. And the reason I was saying that was because I feel there is a danger on the roads between where we're going with the clash between vehicles and cyclists. Secondly, was very much around the linking up between the villages, the existing villages and the main networks. And I very much support, as Councillor Howe was suggesting earlier, was speaking about the linking between the 3052 and the 3052 and the A30. I had to try and get that in. And that's where I was going. So I've not worded that particularly well. We've moved on quite a bit from where we were, unless somebody wanted to phrase it slightly different. But that was the thrust of where I was coming from, and where I thought was certainly supporting Councillor Davey and others in what they had to say. And
we're only taking straw polls today and then giving indications to officers on the way forward. So I think that would be fine, Councillor Skinner. That's been seconded. Can we take a straw poll on that from the membership? Are they happy with what's been suggested there?
If members would press their green tick if they're in support of that amendment, or their red cross if they're against that amendment, and raise your electronic hand if you wish to abstain.
Okay, the majority have shown support for that proposal.
And then the second part of that policy, where there was another amendment, Councillor Ingham, and we won't be doing this in subsequent items. We have to keep it we'll need to keep it on one amendment and bring it all in together. So Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. If you look at 64, the tail end of first paragraph, but at this stage we intend to protect the following sites. That makes sense, but we need to add in there a bullet point to enhance / upgrade the following route, which is the Exeter to Exmouth route, where it passes through East Devon.
Perfect, thank you. So again, members, can you indicate whether you're for that or against it?
Waiting for the votes to come in. Majority have shown support for that option.
Fantastic. So we move on to policy 65, which is travel plans, travel statements.
Chair, you haven't voted on Mike Howe's amendment.
I think we've covered it, to be honest, Councillor Allen.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. So we move on to policy 65, which is travel plans, transport statements and transport assessments. Mr. Freeman, do you have anything you wish to add?
Chair, I think I already introduced it prematurely earlier, so nothing to add, thank you.
Perfect. So for the membership, it's basically, do we have this policy or do we not have this policy? And it's as simple as that. So Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm on mute. Oh, yeah. I don't think it is that simple, I'm afraid, Chair, because I see policy 65 as rather woolly. And I have to say that a lot of people were coming in on policy 64 when I think they should have been talking to policy 65. And the reason why I feel that, for all the right reasons, because of the problems with fossil fuels, people still have an obsession that we must stop all cars and we must stop all planes. No, we must stop fossil fuels. And you'll never get the car or the aircraft back in the box you bought it out of. People will always want to travel in cars, but they will hopefully all aspire to travel in electric cars, electric lorries, electric flight. You know, Chair, there was in April, we had the first hybrid electric flight out of Exeter Airport. So it's all going to happen. And I just think, I'm not sure how we can agree to policy 65 without Ed explaining it in more detail. Because people seem to, in my opinion, from what they said on policy 64, are still quite confused. I look forward to hearing what other people have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Moulding, welcome to the meeting and over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm looking now at the wording of policy 65, the proposed wording, and I'm always confused about whose responsibility it is both to produce a travel or transport statement and how we as East Devon District Council can make certain that that is acceptable within our policy. So it's a question really to Ed is about the preparation of a transport statement or transport plan. Who carries that out, and to what standard is it carried out, and then indeed how do we as East Devon District Council deem that transport scheme to be acceptable? Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, but it'd be Devon County Council in conjunction with ourselves producing it.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it wouldn't be officers that would actually produce the transport assessment or transport statement. It would be produced by the applicants, or more likely consultants acting on their behalf. They would submit it to us and then we would assess it in partnership with Devon County Council to ensure that it satisfies our requirements. I should say that this policy is largely just mirroring government policy in the NPPF at paragraph 113 of the NPPF that says that all developments that would generate significant amounts of movement should be required to provide a travel plan, and the application should be supported by a transport statement or transport assessment so that the likely impacts of the proposal can be assessed. So we don't actually have a great deal of choice in this policy, in that we're just reflecting government policy in the NPPF. And really it's just about having the information to assess the impacts of vehicle movements arising from a development, and ensuring mitigation can be put in place to try and encourage the use of sustainable forms of transport through the travel plan. Hopefully that's helpful in picking up some of the points raised so far, Chair.
Thanks very much, Ed. Councillor Howell, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose this is where we start to go. I can't disagree with Mr. Freeman, what he just said, but the issue I've got is if we go through this local plan, it gets approved in few years' time and everything else, and we've allocated, let's say, a new town, you know, joining the A30 to the 3052 as is proposed in these papers. But the transport assessments done by the developers at that time, bearing in mind we've allocated this land at that point for development, comes back unacceptable for whatever reason. We can refuse it at that point because we're allocating it now. Surely we should have a top level transport assessment over our allocations, not a detailed one, don't get me wrong, but it is blatantly obvious if we're going to stick 2,500 homes somewhere, that is going to have an impact on our highway network as it exists. And we need some sort of assessment to say the roundabouts, the traffic lights, the junctions, the A30, etc., can cope with these figures before going into the detailed ones that the developers, the landowners, are going to have to produce when they do it, because otherwise we couldn't refuse them anyway, even if they came up with bunk, because it's part of our 5-year housing land supply and we'll have allocated it. So I have a real problem with this and a real understanding of whether the chicken or the egg came first, because we need to make sure these allocations can happen in the most sensible and logical ways, and that the transport is not left as an afterthought to the developer to argue about at the last stage. So I really do have a problem with this, and I would love to know Mr. Freeman's thoughts as to how we can square that circle, shall we say.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howell. Councillor David, we move to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask Ed, firstly, on the first point there, where he sees the thresholds coming, because I don't want them to be set so high that many developments wouldn't be required to produce a travel plan. I think this is absolutely right, because I think so many developments simply assume car usage, and Councillor Howe has just done so, and suggesting that the new development is bound to have an impact on the road network, and I totally agree with that, actually. But we do make this assumption that development means car travel, and also that perhaps Councillor Ingham was right, that it's a little woolly and that we don't define anything to do with how we will decide how that is acceptable. We've rejected a mode share policy a few pages back, Therefore, I wonder how we will decide when a developer produces a plan whether that is acceptable or not if we don't have sufficient criteria for that. This is all about facilitating active travel. We can encourage people to walk and cycle all we like, but if we don't make it possible for them, then it's not going to happen. So we need to make sure that that is built into new developments. It's like new homes. Retrofitting is very hard, and we have this issue that our roads are predicated on car use and there's no provision for cycling along them. So it's the same with this. We need to get it right in new developments, that they're not assuming that every house is going to require a car and is going to use that on a probably daily basis. But it's how we define that acceptability and what kind of thresholds Ed has in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
Thank you, and I'm going to very much support what Councillor Howe was saying, where he's absolutely bang on the money. And the point is this: any road network that is going to be provided by a developer is going to come out of that development proposal, whatever it is. Whatever impact on that development proposal will affect the price of the housing. What we're trying to do is to create affordable housing. And what we have to try to do is to work, I would have thought, a credible network. And where Councillor Howe is absolutely spot on, and he absolutely understands this, probably because where he lives on one of the busiest roundabouts in East Devon, is because if the predicated development that puts a road in then comes on to the 3052 where they don't have the jurisdiction, I'll just give this as an example. It could be the A30, it could be however we want to do it. The amount of vehicles using that particular network is going to be massive. Now, what has to absolutely be in place is we do need central government funding to make sure that these things go forward. Now, I understand what Ed was saying regarding national policy and where we are, but where Councillor Howe was correct is that he feels he really struggles with this as an issue, because it is one of the biggest issues of infrastructure funding of housing development that we face. Not only is it around, and I understand what Councillor Davey is suggesting and saying that we are predicated around the cars, but all we can do is plan for the worst and hope for the best. Because the actual fact is, what we can't do is create something that creates such a bad network that it becomes unworkable on a new housing plan and a new travel planning going forward that we knew doesn't work. And anyway, it's not likely to get past the planning inspector. So it's on this basis of understanding what the infrastructure requirements are going to be, and we must have a high level. Councillor Howe, again, spot on. We must have a high level account of how we're going to deal with our infrastructure network, because it is critical. And as much as people like to talk about the bike and all the rest of it, let's face it, Mrs. Jones with little Johnny and Joanne and Fred is not going to jump on a bike and go and do their shopping or going to go and do whatever it's they're going to do. The vehicle is here, as Councillor Ingham quite rightly pointed out earlier. The vehicle is here. It's not about taking the vehicles off the road. We might need to understand that. It's about the fuel and what we put in them. It's not the vehicles themselves that are going to reduce in numbers, unless the public transport network is at such a point that people don't have the necessity for a vehicle. Now, that's a different bag, but we're not there. We're not in that place. And this plan doesn't allow us to do that. All we can do is try to promote public transport where we can, but we don't have all those answers here and now. What we do have is vehicle that people build houses and people will have cars, and cut it up how you like. That's how it is. And that's the way it's going to be until such changes are in place, as Councillor Davey alluded to, that we put in place other options for people to take. I understand how they have to work in, but this road network issue and the travel plan is absolutely vital to any success of any home or new towns that we're going to build. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Faithful, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of agree to some extent with what Councillor Skinner has just been saying, but as I say, I am public transport bicycle all the way because I have to. We need to have a proper network of public transport put in place. They need to join up. To give you some idea of what public transport can be like, I've done a couple journeys to Weymouth recently. If I get it right, and if I'm lucky, I can get there in about 3 hours from Ottery to Weymouth. If I get it wrong, like I don't have my folding bicycle with me, if I leave 5 o'clock from Weymouth, I get to Ottery at 11 o'clock at night. That's a 7-hour journey to go from Weymouth to Ottery because of the poor connectivity between the different buses and trains and things. So they need to be joined up. To me, the railway, I don't want to see just a number of loops. I want to see twin track from Axminster to Cranbrook all the way through, because Weymouth, Fennerton is getting so few trains stopping there. If you go from Axminster to Honiton, you still don't know whether your train is going to go to Fennerton or not, because you don't get the information from the railway providers. It is an absolute mess. It really needs to be properly joined together, a proper integrated system between buses, railways, and cycle. Community infrastructure levy should be. It works right across the district, and so you should be looking far wider with your community infrastructure levy to see the joins further afield, not just putting things right next door to where the developments are going on, because they need to be able to join up right across the district. There you go, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Faithful. Councillor Allen, bring you in now, please.
Thank you. I very much agree with Councillor Faithful and Skinner, and this is a beautiful example of all of us having similar concerns. The NPPF paragraph 9 and chapter 9 is all about promoting sustainable transport, and paragraph 104, it specifically says that transport issues should be considered from the earliest stages of plan making so that the potential impacts of development on transport networks can be addressed. It goes on for an entire page on page 30 of the NPPF, but I'll just highlight paragraph 106B, which says that planning authorities should be prepared with the active involvement of local highways authorities, other transport infrastructure providers and operators, and neighbouring councils, so that strategies and investments for supporting sustainable transport and development patterns are aligned. So we need, and I do propose formally, that we need a specific policy on sustainable transport that would be a strategic policy. This is essential from the point of view of the NPPF and is completely absent from this document. We cannot proceed to publish a document which actually misses the key strategic elements. So I'm hoping that I get a seconder and that is formally put into the system.
Yes,
Thank
you
you
do.
very much.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Skinner. We move to Councillor Howe.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back, as obviously Councillor Davey didn't have a dig at me. I won't take it as a dig, Councillor Davey, but but he picked up the right point. Whatever we do in the future, however we do it, a proportion of any new development will have cars, full stop. And that's the issue. Even let's say 2,500 homes, you know, even if you take 25% will have cars, you know, that is a sizable proportion of new vehicles on the road. Not like the 100% now, plus some 25% on top, because it seems every home has 2 or 3 cars at present, it seems to be going. But so there's my first point, is either way, we need roads. And even if we still talk about buses, they've got to go on the road. So the roads are important, and we need to know where these roads are going to be and how they're going to join in and what sort of capacity. The other thing I'm struggling with, and that is the lack of ambition again. We are talking about buses. We are talking about other modes of public transport, but nowhere are we forward thinking about driverless buses, electronic travel routes of whatever kind. You know, my son went into college yesterday and then phoned me up and said, can I come and collect him? Because guess what? 3 buses on the trot were cancelled and he'd have to sit in there for 3 hours waiting for the next bus to bring him home. Now, compared to Councillor Faithful's journey to Weymouth, that's nothing. It's a short journey. He walked half of it in the end. But that's the problem. If you rely on people to do things at present, you know, we need an automated system. We need forward thinking to work out how we're going to do this. Hell, I think driverless taxis are going to be here in a very short while anyway, so that's coming as well. But that involves cars again. So we just need a different way of looking at it, and we need to be open for the future, not closing off the future routes now. And that's unfortunately where I think this policy does. It gives us no blue sky thinking for the forward, and we need to be really careful about that and mindful about what it does, particularly where we're talking about developments in the new local plan. So we really need to get to grips with it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howell. Councillor Young, we go to you now.
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to cycling the Clyst Valley Regional Park route with Mike Howe in the next couple of years. So that's great. 65 is fine as it stands, because it's requiring developers to provide what's needed. But what developers can't do is provide bus routes, nor can they provide connectivity between communities. And therefore, now going back to the other 2 strategies, they need to be boosted and cajoled into providing the connectivity between the communities. But as I see it, 65 requiring the developers to provide facilities within their own sites, that's great. It does remind me of 40 years ago, I was working in Milton Keynes, and that was one of the first cities that was built with cycleways throughout, connecting each of the different communities, and that was that was the first time that was done in this country. If only we'd done that 40 years ago around here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Councillor Skinner, we move to you now.
Just very quickly, and thank you for letting me come back. But one of the points which was made, and it went through my mind, and Councillor Howe touched on it, and it was a very good point that he made, was the blue sky thinking and the vision of where we are. And let's take for an example, when I was portfolio holder for economy, one of the things, and deputy leader, one of the things we were talking about was and this is an example for sort of blue sky thinking. Somebody said to me, well, if you had all the train lines from Exmouth to Exeter, for example, and you actually took the tracks up, but you left it as the stations were still there, but it was just left for a vehicle on rubber wheels, call it a bus, call it a train bus, call it whatever you want to call it. This is your blue sky thinking. And that this particular vehicle could work in the same way as a train. But for example, it could get to Topsham and come off and go around in a different way that it could go around to Topsham, because you've actually got rubber wheels on it. This is the sort of strategic thinking, long-term, 20, 30, 40-year thinking that I thought we were moving towards. And yet all we've done is it looks to me like when Councillor Young says, yes, this ticks a box and it does the job and it's all right and it's fine and all the rest of it. Where's the vision in this strategic plan? Where's the vision in us thinking forward about actually moving into different ways, different modes of transport? All we do is talk about it, but nobody's actually come forward about something of a new way of thinking. That's just one idea that came forward. I understand Councillor Howe was talking about driverless taxis. That's a new way of going forward. Of course it is. And technology is moving on. We need to leave the space in our particular planning going forward for these new ideas and new technologies to come forward in a way and integrate it in, or at least give the options to integrate these things in as the plan develops in going forward. That's my view. And we should be thinking a lot bigger and wider than we are at this particular time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Arnott, we go to you next.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know about blue sky thinking. It's blue rosette thinking that has got us to this position where we're now talking. Frankly, this is like a science fiction gathering. Yeah, let's all have, flying cars, personal helicopters, driverless buses. Well, not in my lifetime, not round here. It's not going to happen. I think what we can see, Councillor Young said this very well a minute ago, 40 years, majority, blue rosette thinking committee, those with a blue rosette, has got us nowhere. You haven't invested in the buses, you haven't invested in the trains, you haven't invested in the roads. Don't try and offload your consciences into this frankly protracted agenda item in which you've got no actual serious constructive points to make that relate to this agenda item. So, Chair, I think, forgive me for my frank speaking there, there's only so much I think the public can listen to of this hypocrisy. And so I suggest we just take 65 as it is. Thanks, Chair.
Can I please get a seconder for that?
I'll second, Chair.
Chair, there's already a proposal on the table.
Councillor Davey, the way that Councillor Allen, sorry, the way that I took it was that you are proposing a separate policy to be added. Is that not correct?
You're quite correct, but
so we'll take this. We'll look at the policy. We'll either accept or deny the policy, and then we'll come to your new policy and take a vote on that as well. I can do it the other way if you prefer either.
No, I would prefer if we have a strategic policy under which we have policy 65. So I'd prefer, because this isn't blue skies thinking, this is a requirement of the NPPF. And I'm sorry, Mr. Councillor.
We'll take that to a vote now, Councillor Allen. So Shelley,
excuse me, Chair. Sorry. Councillor Allen's motion didn't involve having policy 65 as part of the strategic.
And that's exactly what we're doing. So we're going to take the 65 now, where Councillor Arnott's proposed that, and then we are going to take the new strategic policy suggested by Councillor Allen as a separate vote. So we'll vote for Councillor Arnott's first. If we could take that to a vote, please, Shirley.
Thank you. Members, you've got option A and option B. Option A is the policy proposal of the preferred approach, or whether you have no policy in relation to travel plans, transport statements and transport assessments. Please press your green tick if you're in support of option A to have the policy, or option B to not have a policy.
Support is shown for option A.
Thank you. And now, members, you have Councillor Allen's proposal that there is a need for a specific policy on sustainable transport as a strategic policy, which was seconded by Councillor Skinner. If you would please indicate by pressing your green tick if you're in support of that recommendation, or whether you're press your red cross if you're against the recommendation, or press your electronic hand to indicate you're abstaining.
Support is shown for that Councillor Allen's proposal.
Thank you very much for that. I think this time we'll take a short 5-minute comfort break, After we come back from the break, I am going to have to start being a bit more stringent with the speakers. We will only be calling each member once. They will only get one to speak, and then we need to start getting through these options a bit quicker. So I will see you all at past. Thank you.
And hopefully not insult each other, Chair. Thank you.
Wendy, I think we're ready to restart. If you could take down the screen, please. Thank you very much. So we restart with policy 66, which is found on page 293, policy residential car parking standards. Now, the policy, the options for committee is to either accept the policy. Option B is do not set residential car parking standards, or option C is to create an SPD to provide guidance on provision of parking, including residential and non-residential car parking, cycling parking requirements, electric vehicle points requirements, and design standards. A, B, or C, it's up to the committee what you wish to choose. Can we please remove? Yeah, thank you. Does anyone have any questions they wish to ask? Councillor Moulding, we come to you now.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And it really follows on from the last item where we were talking about ambition and how things will move forward as time progresses. And that time is progressing very quickly. And as I see it, to encourage the green agenda that we wish for, surely we should be looking for car charging points to be our ambition for every new home in East Devon. So in other words, when a new application comes in for a new home or a new estate, then we should be looking to ensure that a car charging point will be available for all electric car users, which we are told within the next 10 years or so, every new car that's going to be produced will be an electric car. And we have to make provision for that. And I think it's absolutely essential that we consider this as a serious issue, because I don't think that car users, as more and more become electric car users, they're not all going to be able to queue up at public car charging points. They will need car charging points at their home, and the necessary electrical power infrastructure will also need to be there to ensure that those charging points can be provided. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor Moulding. So you are, just to clarify, you're in support of the policy in itself. And
only to extend the policy to include for electric charging points to be provided on all new homes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Allen, we come to you next.
Thank you. I would support and second that proposal, but also point out from NPPF paragraph 109 that planning policies should recommend the importance of providing adequate overnight lorry parking facilities, and that's not mentioned. And it's focused, this policy, on residential car parking standards. And frankly, we're missing a policy. So I would put down a marker, please, to add a lorry parking facilities policy, which also includes consideration of roadside services, which is needed from NPPF paragraph 106. The comment by Mr. Freeman team in their analysis of the current document states there is a lack of evidence to justify this policy at the current time. We need to have evidence for residential car parking standards. It is a requirement. We need to make sure that it's fully compliant with NPPF, or the item will be rejected. So appropriate residential car parking standards to make sure that people in Honiton can actually park their cars, because at present it's a highly congested yellow line, double yellow lines all over the place. We need planning policies with ability to have overnight lorry parking facilities. We need to re-look at roadside services because, as far as I know, there's going to be one in Exeter's periphery that is going to be built on. So where is it going to go? This is on the M5. So, whereas I agree with policy 66, as amended by Councillor Moulding, I think we have to bring in an additional policy to do with roadside parking, lorry parking on main trunk routes, because that's a requirement of NPPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to second what Councillor Moulding has said, also what Councillor Allen has said. But can I draw your attention to the second paragraph about in-town centres? I really think that's profoundly wrong in what it says. You know how we look back at how maybe 20 years ago, different authorities, academies were selling off sports fields and building on them for the wrong reasons. They thought that was acceptable. And what a mess that ended up in. And what I'm saying to you is, we've acknowledged it earlier, that cars aren't going to go away. Hopefully fossil fuels will. And so if you get rid of these car parks, you're going to make an impossible situation. And you're discouraging, and you know, 15 years' time, you could be discouraging electric cars from going into town centres where they may be needed by their users. You know, and that could be the most acceptable method of electric transport. We don't know the answer yet. So subscribing to get rid of car parks in that second paragraph, I believe is wrong. So if others agree, I think we should just take that out because it's a gamble. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Ingham. Ed, can I bring you in just to cover off Councillor Allen's comments and Councillor Ingham's there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, just picking up on Councillor Ingham's comments. I mean, the intention of policy 66 isn't to remove car parking spaces that already exist. I think what we're saying is that in highly sustainable locations in town centres, it may be that developments, residential developments, can be allowed to go ahead without providing car parking spaces for residents. In fact, we have done that on a number of cases in the past in sustainable locations, certainly in Exmouth town centre, where all the services and facilities, jobs, schools, etc., all within walking distance, and there's excellent public transport facilities. So I think that's a principle members may want to consider as to whether or not zero car developments in effect are something that members would be willing to accept through this policy, but it wasn't intended to remove existing spaces necessarily through that. In terms of roadside services and lorry parking areas, I think Councillor Allen makes a fair point. We do have a policy in the existing local plan that addresses roadside services facilities, policy TC11. So I think it would be appropriate for us to look at a relevant replacement policy for that. And I suppose the link to that is policy 66 is specifically saying residential car parking standards, whereas I think it should probably refer to commercial uses as well as part of that policy. Just to quickly turn to another point that was made about EV charging points in all new homes. I think is a good intent. As I say, it may be that members feel that some developments in highly sustainable locations are appropriate without any car parking, at which point, without a parking space, there would be no opportunity for an EV charging point. So we need to be careful if we're asking for that on all properties, because you're then requiring car parking spaces for all properties. The other thing I'd say is the difficulty with providing EV charging points in all new properties is there's no universal charging point. Different car manufacturers manufacture different charging facilities, etc. So what we've tended to do, well, what we've done in the Cranbrook plan is require at least one parking space for each residential property to be EV ready, i.e. it has a ducted circuit that extends to at least one parking space so that a charging facility can easily be fitted. But residents can fit a suitable charging point for whatever vehicle they have. And I would suggest that that would be an appropriate way forward in terms of that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just to make it a bit more cleaner as well. So, Councillor Allen, in light of what Ed's just said, are you happy for your policy to join the proposal made by Councillor Moulding earlier, so that it becomes a residential and commercial vehicles policy as well?
Well, it's not just residential and commercial, it's actually also a policy needed for roadside trunk roads. So long as you're willing to absorb that, clearly Mr. Freeman's agreeing with me that it was a gap.
Yeah, so we'll take that in as one policy. Councillor Moulding, are you happy with that?
Yes, I am, and I'm also happy with Ed's suggestion, and I take the point that not all residential properties are going to, not all vehicles are going to be able to have the same charging points, but therefore my proposal would be that the necessary infrastructure is there so that in new residential dwellings, electric charging points could be provided as and when they're required.
Fantastic. And Councillor Ingham, as secondary, are you happy with that? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Blakey, we go to you next.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Actually, Mr. Freeman has covered off one of the points I was going to make regarding the different types of EV charging points that are available. But if we can come back to the second paragraph of Policy 66, the thing that worries me is that it is a fact that personal private transport is going to be with us for quite a long time to come. What is changing, and what we hope will change, is the frequency of its use and the emissions that it produces when it is in use. But you still need to have places to put them, and I would say that it must be very much the exception rather than the rule that new properties are built without parking spaces. Because in fact, if people's habits change and the private car, in whatever form it is, gets used less frequently, actually those parking spaces are going to be needed ever more so. And the other thing that I would like to see particularly removed from the policy, although I accept that it may be part of the NPPF and we might have to include it, but the thing that worries me is the idea that town centre car parks would be used for residential parking that could only be, certainly during the daytime, could only be to the detriment of businesses in those town centres. And I think that we know how hard town centres, village centres are struggling to keep their businesses open and viable, to essentially see the car parks that have been provided being turned over to private car parks for residents only, to me would be a very backward step for the commercial hearts of towns and villages. Thank you.
I just second Councillor Blakey's two amendments.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Young, we move to you next.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that providing charging points to each house would be very, very expensive. It's far better to make sure that the wiring is included when the house is built. Therefore, it's just a couple of pence to put in the wires ready and waiting for when the resident then chooses to buy an electric car and get the charging, get their appropriate charging point. Also, the facility of using your car as a battery backup to the house is a proposal that is coming through planning recently. Therefore, the wiring has to provide the charge back into the house from the car. So now there are going to be many changes and many adaptations for car charging. Therefore, just having the wiring ready is the most appropriate way to go, and that is what Ed was talking about just now, which I totally support. Thank you.
From an ex-electrician, I believe that. What's something I didn't do before, and apologies. So Councillor Allen and Councillor Blake, you've put forward amendments. Councillor Moulding and Councillor Ingham, are you happy to accept those amendments? Yes, fantastic, Councillor Ingham, thank you. Councillor Howe, over to you.
I want an amendment as well, unfortunately. Mine's fairly simple though, and I hope it's just an oversight. But and I'm looking at others. It's not just about car clubs these days. We have electric bikes, co-bikes, and other things like that. We need charging points for them added into this. So the last line in this policy needs to be changed. So we need to make room for those electric bikes to be suitably located and, you know, ready to go when we need them. And it's just that. It is just making it slightly wider, slightly more practical and slightly more relevant to the day, shall we say. And I can see Councillor Young sticking his thumb up, so I must have got something right. So I ask for that, please.
Thanks, Councillor Howe. I'll go to Councillor Skinner, just in case he wants to put forward an amendment as well. And then I'll take it all into one. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know that I do, but what I do want is clarification on two things. And I was very much Councillor Allen spoke about the lorry parks and my journeys going up and down. Very often, if I go to Exeter and on my way back to Tallaght, the amount of vehicles, lorries, HGVs that are parked on the A30 on the side of the road for parking is immense. They're nearly all full, and I wonder how many lorries have to keep moving and moving and moving with the tachographs, and that's where we are. So, a clarification that within this particular policy, we are going to look at lorry parks for storage. So for parking for vehicles of secure parking, particularly lorries that have got loads on board where drivers can be say put to sleep, and I know this has happened with people who I know, and people thieving their loads, and it's a serious issue. And there is lots of our freight is trunked on the highways, and we do need a facility. We don't have those facilities here in East Devon. We need a facility that is a secure lorry park network, where these vehicles can go for their secure loads, of which are going up and down main roads, and that's really, I think, really important. And I'm looking to Ed to see if that would be part of our policy. That if it is to put an amendment in, then that's where I would like us to look at to find suitable sites for that as one. And I have another question, but I would like Ed to come in on that one first, please.
Okay, Ed, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would see that all included within a roadside services policy, as already suggested by Councillor Allen. We do have a policy in the current adopted local plan, policy TC11, that covers off roadside service facilities. I would point out that it is just a policy to assess proposals when they come forward. Obviously, it's not our role to promote and deliver such sites. So it's a rarely used policy, it's fair to say. I recall using it when we had a proposal at Daisy Mount that came forward a few years ago.
Yes.
But I think that's the only instance in which it has been used, which is probably why it's been overlooked in terms of producing this document. But I can see a need for a policy like that in the event that further proposals do come forward, and that we need to be able to assess those.
And could I, so through that, Chair, through that particular point, could I add that in as an amendment, that exactly what Ed has said, that there's the opportunity there that if we feel the need of an assessment coming, I was actually thinking of Daisy Mount was actually one, obviously it's near me and I understand the landscape there. But if that could be added in, if the relevant members would be happy with that?
Let's get our ducks in a row. So we'll start with Councillor Howe's, well, we'll just do it both together. Councillor Howe and Councillor Skinner's amendments. Councillor Moulding, are you happy to take those as a proposer? Councillor Ingham, are you happy? Thank you. I think in subsequent when we move on to subsequent chapters and policies, we'll wait until the debate's finished and then just have a proposal at the very end. And then it just saves all of this going back and forward with everything. It's just a lot cleaner.
My second point, Chair, and I had 2 points to make. My second point, one was on the Lorry parks. That was the first one. The second one was within this particular documentation, and I might look to Mr. Freeman. And it was mentioned earlier, just touched on by Councillor Allen. We actually faced with a position whereby Exeter City Council, through their housing proposal scheme, are looking to develop on the already existing motorway services at Soughton Park there. And where in our policy is if it's the capacity for if those particular services were to move into East Devon area, wherever that may be, up and down the highway link, is the place to have that within our policy, because we certainly need, looking 2010, 20, I don't know if it's that far away, but 10, 20, 30 years ahead, have we got something in place that allows us to give us the capacity to look at providing, and this is a one-off thing. You don't build service stations every 3 miles up the M5 or down the M5, come all the way at the end of it. Is there capacity in our policy, and is this the place to bring that up, Ed? Could I ask that question? Because if it is, then now's the time to say it.
Ed, I'll bring you in at that point.
Well, this was looked at through the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan in terms
yes, of course, yes,
coordinating, you know, with the Deliverable Exeter programme, and obviously, as has been pointed out by Councillor Skinner, if Exeter City Council were to promote the redevelopment of the Exeter services, then an alternative site would have to be found for that, and some work was done in terms of looking at alternative locations for that. I think there was only one site that's potentially been looked at in East Devon. And so I suppose there is a question moving forward is in terms of the joint working we're continuing to do with Exeter about whether or not that's still a proposal that we look to promote and take forward through this local plan in terms of an alternative motorway service station, and if that is on the East Devon site or another site in another district. So I think there's potentially further discussions that need to be had with the neighbouring authorities on that, and hence we haven't included a proposal within this plan at this stage, but there's obviously further work to be done.
Chair, could I ask where that comes now within the documentation? So I just need, where does that come, that particular answer to that question?
What Ed's just said is that obviously it's not an option at the moment. So if it does become an option, then it will be added in.
How do you add into the local plan? How do you do that? So I just want to understand it. How do
it's going to happen across the actual development of the local plan. There needs to be further discussions with the neighbouring authorities that haven't taken place yet.
Okay.
Councillor Arnott, we move to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, I think if Councillor Skinner wishes to lobby on behalf of his friends, who he's declared, the Carters and the Stewarts, in relation to motorway service stations or lorry parks or whatever, this item is not the one to do it. I'm very clear, Chair, perhaps I'm being stupid. Isn't this about residential parking? Isn't that what this is about? And somehow we're sort of putting a rather tenuous graft onto the stem of this. So I don't quite know how we've got down this rabbit hole, but given the interests involved, I'm extremely unhappy with it. And I suggest we go back to the basic principles of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnott. We have had an amendment that we're moving to. So Councillor Rylance, then Councillor Bailey, and then we're going to a vote. Councillor Rylance, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so we've just had a half-hour debate about residential car parking, which has descended down a rabbit hole of passing lorry parks. I do not understand how we got here. I would really respectfully ask colleagues not to drag us down such rabbit holes when we have an enormous agenda, but there's no chance of us finishing it at this rate. If certain colleagues wish to propose policies on lorry parks for passing vehicles and such like, then I think that should be a separate policy. I think we should take this policy as it is submitted right now without any addition of lorry parks, because unless I'm very much mistaken, the very last thing we want to do is to mix up residential areas and HGVs, which is exactly what this policy is leading us into. We already have such a situation in Broadcliff Ward and on the outskirts of Broadcliff Ward, and it's very, very, very suboptimal for the people who live there. So really and truly, we should not be even countenancing mixing up residential car parking and lorry parking. It's complete nonsense. I would like to propose that we actually make any kind of lorry parking facilities and passing vehicle facilities into a separate policy. We do not mix them up with residential parking, and that we take this policy as it is submitted right now. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor. The policy that's already been, the proposal that's already been put out there, your amendment is, or proposal is a direct contradiction to that. So I can't take it. It would just have to be a case of that you vote against the current motion.
So I propose that we vote against the current motion, which actually the amendment hasn't passed yet, and that we take my amendment instead, which is a separate policy.
We can't do that. Councillor Bailey, over to you.
Only a very brief point. I think 1115 does refer to lorry parks and large-scale transport facilities. But I think my general, just a very, very quick point would be that how do we make sure that the big ticket items such as motorway service stations and working with our colleagues and other authorities happen so that when the plan, I'm just not quite sure why that hasn't happened yet and why we haven't got anything in the plan, and are we going to go out to consultation without that and then subsequently add things in? So thank you.
Ed Freeman, can you come in and answer that point, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, as said at the outset, at the start of the last meeting, this is very much a working draft of the local plan. It will evolve as evidence comes forward, as things progress and be changed at various stages along the way. I mean, in terms of the service areas, we need to understand from Exeter what they're doing in terms of progressing the Livable Exeter programme, the work they're doing on those sites, in particular the motorway service area, and what the likelihood of residential development coming forward on that site is that would then generate a need for an alternative motorway service area. If that site is coming forward and being promoted by Exeter, then we need to work with our neighbouring authorities to look at the opportunities for an alternative site and whether or not that's something that members would find acceptable to incorporate into our local plan. But the need only arises if Exeter are looking to progress with proposals for the Exeter motorway service station, which was in the Livable Exeter programme, but they are obviously progressing that through their local plan, which is at an earlier stage of production than we are. So we need to have those conversations with them and understand what they're doing on their side in terms of progressing that. And then I'll be able to report back to members on whether or not we need to consider options for a service station within East Devon. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Ed. Councillor Ian, Skinner and Arnott, you've all spoken on this item. We are moving on now and taking it to a vote. So we have a proposal on the table from Councillor Moulding. Shirley, can you please take us to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, we have the motion to amend the policy, and I'll speak in generalities, to reflect electric charging ready points to be provided as and when required. That I do apologise, I thought I had these lined up. That there was a motion to incorporate reference to residential and commercial uses, and of that there was discussion about lorry parking, secure lorry parking along trunk roads, and that the policy in the last sentence is amended to extend to not just car clubs but also electric bikes for provision of electric points. I believe that covers most of the issues. Members, if you agree with those amendments, please press your green tick. If you're against those amendments, press your red.
Chair, point of order. That's not what Councillor Moulding said about the chargement as and when required. As and when required is far too open. He said that every house should have one. Is that okay, Chair?
Yeah, so it needs to be electric, well, EV ready.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I apologise. I thought there was further discussion about the impact on the car parking in that regard, that zero car parking. However, I take that point. Members, if you are in agreement...
I'm sorry, can I interject?
Yes, Councillor Bailey.
I did also make the point that town centre car parks should not be used for day-round residential parking to the detriment of local businesses.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, point of order, I'm afraid. Is it possible, please, to take these amendments one by one? I don't see why we should take these on block. They're very, very different.
They've been accepted by the proposer and seconded. Sorry, Councillor Arnott. It's the way that it's been constituted that they are being taken on block.
Okay, thank you.
If it falls, it falls. If it passes, we can then choose to take it individually. But it's whatever the committee decides.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members.
Sure. Sorry.
If you are in agreement with those amendments as clarified by members, please press your green tick if you're in support of those recommendations, press your red cross if you're against, raise your electronic hand to indicate you're abstaining from the vote. This is just in relation to the wording of the policies. We'll have another vote, straw poll, on whether we take that as an option A, B or C afterwards.
Okay, I can see that members are in support of those recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. If we then move on to the options that are in that draft local plan policy, the options are: option A is the policy as amended, option B is not to set a residential car parking standards, and option C was in relation to the generation of a supplementary planning documents. Members, please, if you're in support of option A, press your green tick. In support of option B, press your red cross, or option C, raise your electronic hand.
Thank you. The members are in support, the majority are in support of option A.
Thank you, Shirley. That was very difficult.
Thanks all. We then move on to Strategic Policy 67, Digital Connectivity, which is the last in the chapter. You have on page 295, you have three options, which is to accept the policy as is. Option B is no policy. Option C is to include a policy on the rollout of 5G mobile networks. So it's A, B or C. Please discuss. Councillor Allen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The policy should, according to Chapter 10 of the NPPF, be looking at high quality communications, not just broadband. So digital connectivity includes the development of masts and radio and other forms of development. It specifically requires us in paragraph 114 to consider the generation of mobile technology such as 5G and how that infrastructure will occur. Could I suggest that the policy should be widened to include all high quality communications and should be structured to take account of the requirements of the NPPF? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
That's a proposal, formal proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Ed, do you have any comments you wish to make on that?
Thank you, Chair. Well, only to say that that sounds like option C, which would be to include policy in the rollout of 5G mobile networks within the policy. So that is an option that's being considered and is mentioned in the document.
Fantastic, thank you. Councillor Allen, are you okay with that?
No, it doesn't include only 5G networks. There's a whole range of electronic communications coming down the pipe, and it includes the infrastructure. And we need to make sure that high quality communications is the issue, and we have policy in place that we can use, not just broadband. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I get a seconder for Councillor Allen's proposal? Councillor Moulding, you're seconding. I can see you indicating. If there's no other, no one else wishing to speak, we'll just take that. Then we'll take those two to a vote. So, Mrs. Shaw, if we can take Councillor Allen's proposal first.
Thank you. Members, if you are in support of Councillor Allen's proposal to amend the policy, we'll take the policy first, and that it is widened to cover all high quality communications, please press your red tick if you're in support, press your red cross if you're against that amendment, and raise your electronic hand if you wish to abstain.
Thank you. The members have shown support for the amendment.
Thank you. Therefore, members, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the vote on the options. If you're in support of option A, the policy as amended, please press your green tick. If you're in support of option B, which is no policy, please press your red cross. And if you're in support of option C, which is to include policy in the rollout of 5G mobile networks, then raise your electronic hand.
All have shown support for option A.
Thanks very much for that, Wendy, and thank you, Mrs. Shaw. So we move on to chapter 13 now, policy 68, landscape features, and you have two options: accept the policy, or option B is do not include a policy on the landscapes. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support what's listed in the policy, you know, the 10 items. But I believe that fails to consider what we should be stopping. And if we really mean this to protect our outstanding landscapes, I believe that we should be saying stuff like no dwellings in protected areas at all. If there is a designation that we wish to protect, we shouldn't accommodate anything outside of our policy. So I don't know how you'd want to word that, Chair, but I'm saying no new dwellings in protected areas, like green wedges or whatever. Shouldn't do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Councillor Bailey, over.
Thank you, Councillor Ledger. There are a couple of things that I think aren't included in here, and that's the best and most versatile agricultural land, and also dark skies. So I'd like to see those included, please. I would like to see the removal of where possible, because I think it makes it a bit woolly, so that development will only be permitted where it protects and enhances, so the removal of where possible. And also, maybe this isn't the right place for it, but I would like to see a clear strategy so that applicants are required to demonstrate how they meet this policy when they submit a planning application. And then it can be considered by our landscape officer, because in my experience, they only do that sometimes. So I'd like that to be a mandatory requirement, that all applicants demonstrate how they satisfy our policies on landscape. And then the final thing I wanted to say is that I appreciate that we've got the area of outstanding natural beauty, and that covers 2/3 of our district. But I believe that maybe also we should have areas of strategic visual importance which still are protected, and that carries weight, because I fear there's a slight perception that the AONBs are very important and the other third isn't quite so worth bothering about, even though it in itself has many wonderful landscape features. So I'd just like to boost our policy. Yeah, that's all I've got to say, please. Thank you.
Thank you,
I support that amendment.
come over to Councillor Rixon next.
Did you hear Dan?
Yeah, Councillor Allen, like I said, we'll take everything at the end. Because we'll end up coming over with multiple amendments to everything. So we'll take all the recommendations at the end.
So long as Shirley's recording them, that's brilliant.
Thank you. Councillor Rixon, over to you.
I just wonder whether we should go further and actually say that the conversion of barns and agricultural buildings should not be permitted in AONBs, because this just opens the door to development. I also would like to know, probably they're not possible at all, but I just wonder whether there's any possibility of protecting existing hedgerows, because far too many people are ripping them out, and they're part of the connectivity for wildlife as the wildlife corridors. I understand that if it's agricultural land, they might have protection, but if it abuts residential, properties can rip out hedgerows. So it's a tricky equation, I think, to resolve.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rixon. I think there might be a slight issue with that, and Ed can probably give more information, but a lot of agricultural buildings will be subject to permitted development rights. So I don't know how strong a policy can be to prevent them when obviously it comes down to permitted development. Ed, do you have anything you wish to add on that?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I agree that is certainly an issue with the permitted development rights. So I think the other issue is when considering barn conversions, I think we always have to balance the consideration about the reuse of the existing building as being a sustainable act in itself in terms of making use of an existing structure, and balance that against any harm to the landscape and the character of the area. So I think it would be difficult to have a policy that complies with government policy that rules out barn conversions in protected landscapes. I think it's about having an appropriate criteria to assess them to ensure that they aren't harmful to the character and appearance of the AONB or the landscape, which I think we have within this document, but it's elsewhere in the document. But I think those are important points that we must consider.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Allen, over to you.
Simply wanted to look at the issue of protecting existing countryside from encroachment. I think it particularly relates to Policy 69, but as Councillor Bailey has just mentioned, should we not be protecting areas from encroachment from existing towns in the non-AONB areas? We need to think about it, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Some great list of items there on what to be protected, mainly visual. And going back to what the speaker at the beginning of this meeting said some hours ago, Alan Kennard was talking about pollution of the rivers. I wonder where that would fit in. Would it fit in to this policy? And the other question I've got is, what areas of protection are we talking about where it's suggested that we shouldn't have any development at all? Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll come to that in a second. Councillor Armstrong, we come to you next, please.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yeah, as I'm not a member of this this committee, and I wasn't at the last committee, so I'm still trying to catch up with everything. But regarding trees, and members will be aware that I've got a very strong affinity with trees, and I'm just concerned, and I've raised this on several occasions with planning applications within my ward alone, about, yes, we can protect trees as much as we can, but what can we do about trees that are being uprooted and killed before a planning application is put in, just so that the applicant doesn't have to do an arboricultural report? And that really worries me. And is there anything at all, and Ed may be the only person who can answer this, that can be done about this? I've asked the question several times and it just seems that nothing can be done. You know, it's up to the applicant. Whatever they do before an application goes in, they can rip up hedgerows, trees, whatever they like, and do whatever damage they can. And then we're left with the consequences. And that really worries me because of our climate change agenda. We should be securing and keeping mature trees as much as we can. And I just wonder if there's anything that can go in the plan to try and prevent this kind of behaviour. I guess there probably isn't, but I'm just asking the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. We'll come to Ed at the end. Councillor Rylance, we come to you next.
Thank you, Chair. So picking up from something that Councillor Young just said, and also bearing in mind what Councillor Armstrong just said, I like all the things in this policy, but as Councillor Young said, they are mostly visual. What I'd really like to see us do at strategic planning level is give some thought to wildlife corridors and migration patterns, because what we're in danger of doing here is fragmenting habitats and separating populations of animals from each other. And I think before we start building all over this end of East Devon, we really should be outlining where we can lay down tracks and corridors for wildlife, including bee corridors. You know, migration patterns are really important to a lot of wildlife. And if we're going to do this thing properly, then we need to make sure that animals' habitats are respected as much as possible. And I don't think that should be policy wording as much as possible, because we know what happens to as much as possible or as far as possible in policies. I actually think we're missing a trick here in actually joining up and, well, first of all, working out using experts and consultation where the migratory routes are and protecting those at all costs, because we don't want to be displacing migratory birds and migratory insects and separating species groups from each other, because that's a surefire way to perdition and extinction for them. So that's what I'd like to see included in this policy, a little subset on animals, fauna and flora, and migration routes. Thanks.
Totally agree, Councillor Rylance, but if you look to the next chapter, most of it's covered in there. So we'll cover that in the next chapter down. Councillor Moulding, we come to you next, please.
Yes, Chair, just to point out, and a previous speaker mentioned the issue regarding phosphate levels, which was discussed, as you suggested, by a speaker earlier at the start of the meeting. I think that's covered by clause 1310, which comes under policy 74, because I was going to mention that when I came to that item.
Fantastic, thank you for that, Councillor Moulding. So Councillor Bailey has put forward she was the only one that really put forward a proposal. So Councillor Bailey, can you just reiterate the proposal that you made?
Thank you. Yes, I want to take out in the wording, so where possible, because that's a bit weak. So it instead reads, development will only be permitted where it protects and enhances features that contribute. So remove where possible. I wanted to put in dark skies and best and most agricultural land as items to be protected as part of the landscape features. And I also wanted to require applicants to submit landscape surveys when they put in applications, which doesn't seem to be consistently happening now. So I want that to be a requirement. And I'd also like there to be an assessment of areas of strategic visual importance outside the AONBs. So those of us who live in areas that are outside AONBs, it's not just fair game for development wherever, because actually we do have landscape that's worth protecting in the third non-AONB areas. So that's what I wanted to put forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bailey. And Councillor Allen, are you still happy to second that?
Yes, I'm very happy to second that.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Shaw, can we take that to a vote, please? Councillor Arnott, you wish to come in?
Yes, I'm sorry, Chair. It's that old thing again about taking these things one by one, only in as much as I find myself in a difficult position, because I do agree with everything that Councillor Bailey's just said, but this item, and I can understand, of course, why she's doing it, assessment of strategic other important bits, but that doesn't actually apply to this policy, does it? We're looking at the AOMB. We can't really put into a policy on the AOMB something about something that isn't in the AOMB. I'm only saying that, you know, with no malice, just technically. I can't vote for that, which means then I can't vote for the rest of it, Chair. So I don't know if you can help me.
Sorry.
On a point of information.
Sorry. Can everyone stop jumping in? Stop. Ed, can we come to you, please?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the policy we're considering is an overarching landscape policy. It's policy 68, landscape features. So I don't think we're specifically talking about AOMBs at this point. I think what Councillor Bailey is referring to is some sort of local landscape designations that would sit beneath sort of AONBs and the coastal preservation areas. I'm not sure that it does necessarily sit within policy 68, or is perhaps a policy on its own that would sit later in this chapter after the AOMBs and the other strategic designations. And then I think there's a question then as to whether or not it's appropriate to do that through the local plan, or whether or not those local level landscape designations are perhaps more for neighbourhood plans to consider. I would throw into the mix as well, because we obviously, these policies need to sit alongside the neighbourhood plans, which also form part of the development plan. And it is sounded from what Councillor Bailey was saying that these are more local level designations rather than the large scale strategic ones of the AOMBs, and so they may be better dealt with by local communities through their neighbourhood plans. But I leave that for members to debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. So, Councillor Bailey, firstly, obviously just taking on what Ed said, would you be happy to take them as separate policies? So what he's saying is that it doesn't fully fit in with this particular policy, and can we move to into a subsequent one? You're on mute.
Sorry, I thought I was interrupting, so I'm glad I was on mute. Yes, so I would be happy for my amendments to be included, but that one about areas of strategic visual importance to go in another policy. But I think we need to debate that separately, probably. But I think having it in neighbourhood plans is no good, because neighbourhood plans are being overridden by the local plans. So I think I think the third of the East Devon that's not protected by AOMB should be entitled to have some protections under the local plan, but I'm happy for it to be discussed at a later point, not in this item. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So what we'll do, we'll take the amendments as you suggested, bar that one that we will take as a separate vote. So Mrs. Shaw, if we could just take the vote on the amendments, bar the one that Councillor Bailey has suggested, and then we'll take a separate vote for it to be created as another policy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, purely on the policy wording of policy 68, Councillor Bailey has proposed that to delete not where possible, and therefore it says where it protects and enhances within the drafting, to incorporate best and most versatile agricultural land as features and dark skies, and also to have a clear strategy for the applicant to be required to demonstrate how they meet the policy on the landscape, especially via a landscape survey. If you are in support of those amendments, please press your green tick. If you're against those amendments, press your red cross, or whether you'll raise your electronic hand if you're abstaining.
Thank you. I can confirm the proposed changes to the policy wording is supported.
Thank you. And then for a separate mini straw poll on the AOMB, that if you're in support of the areas of strategic visual importance be added as a separate policy in the document in the local plan, beg your pardon, please press your green tick. If you're against, press your red cross or raise your electronic hand to abstain.
Thank you. That's also, majority have also supported that.
Lovely. Now, moving on to the options in the local plan, you have an option for the policy to accept the policy as amended, or have the alternative approach not to have a policy to protect landscape features. Please, if you're in support of option A, press your green tick. And press your red cross if you're in support of option B.
Support for option A.
Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thanks all for that. We now move on to policy 69, which is areas of outstanding natural beauty. And we have just two options here again. So it's either you accept the policy or do not include the policy to protect areas of outstanding natural beauty. I can probably guess what committee is going to choose for this one.
Excuse me, Chair. I've had my hand up and I really needed to speak again on the last item.
Oh, Councillor Armstrong, what I said earlier on in the meeting that due to the length of the meeting, we would only be taking.
No, I haven't. Excuse me, Chair, but I haven't.
Councillor Armstrong, we are moving on. Councillor Allen,
I haven't had an answer to the question I raised about trees from Ed. I was waiting for an answer, and I also wanted to ask whether that could be included in the policy of the last item, but you didn't let me.
The trees are included in it. We'll cover it later. Councillor Allen, over to you.
All I want to say is that whereas I agree totally with the intent of policy 69, it doesn't preclude the kind of catastrophic developments that Sidmouth has experienced. And I want to know how we can strengthen this policy to make sure, for example, that buildings that are not built beyond a certain height, which clearly was totally detrimental in the Sidmouth discussion, but was not possible to stop. And so, whereas I'm in favour of it, please could we find ways to strengthen it? And if that has to be a formal proposal, then I will put it as a formal proposal.
Thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Councillor Davey, we move to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, the first bullet point has similar wording to the last one. And in the interest of consistency, I think we probably need to delete "and where possible" from this one as well, because otherwise we'll end up with a policy for the AONB that is weaker than the one we've just suggested for all landscape. So I think we probably should amend it to remove that wording.
Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I second Councillor Allen's proposal and also what Councillor Davies just saying. Just minded, Chairman, that we really have to be careful about how we support areas of outstanding natural beauty. Although we must do that, as I think it was Councillor Bailey said, that implies perhaps that those areas that are not within an AONB are of lesser landscape significance, and you may say perhaps they are, but I can point to several areas within an AONB or the two AONBs we've got which are unsightly, and I can point to some areas that are outside of those two that are absolutely beautiful and delightful. And just because we draw a line in the sand, it shouldn't be too black and white, Chair. So I'm really pleased with what Councillor Bailey put forward and we supported earlier. And I think we should be doing more of that, Chair. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. So we've got a proposal on the table and it's been seconded. Ed, can I just come to you at this point, and can we cover off the point that Councillor Armstrong made in the last item as well, please, if possible?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, if I start there, I mean, in terms of trees, the powers that are available to us are to serve tree preservation orders on trees that are of high amenity value. Otherwise, trees in conservation areas are protected and ancient hedgerows are protected. But aside from those powers, we can't protect other trees and hedgerows outside of the development process. Obviously, when an application is then made, and seek to protect them through conditions and through design discussions with developers through the planning process. So that's the limitation of our powers. So unfortunately, we can't do more than that. So I guess the answer to Councillor Armstrong's question is the answer that I think she knew that was coming, which is unfortunate there isn't anything more that we can do than we are already doing under the legislation. I think there are proposals to have a tree strategy, subject to funding being made available to do that. But that would really just be how we implement those powers I've outlined. It wouldn't give us any greater powers to protect trees and hedgerows. Turning to the areas of outstanding natural beauty, the only thing I'd say in terms of strengthening the policy is that the policy is intended to give the highest level of protection already. And we need to be careful that we don't preclude all developments within AONBs, because they are living, working landscapes, and some development may be needed to support those that live and work within those areas. So I would urge caution in terms of trying to preclude development. It's about ensuring that there are only particular circumstances where development can come forward, and as the wording in front of you says, that it conserves or enhances the character and natural beauty of the AONB. There are obviously circumstances where sometimes developments have to come forward in terms of the AONB, and I think that was the view that certainly some parties took in terms of the Sidford development, referred to that some of our settlements are washed over by AONB or surrounded by AONB, and in order to meet the needs of those communities, some development may be needed in the AONB. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be applying the highest level of protection still. The only further thing I'd say is in terms of the text that's within these green boxes within the document is just to clarify that those are not intended to be the wording of a policy. So I wouldn't worry too much about the detailed wording. They're a statement of intent in terms of what we would currently intend to include within detailed wording of a policy. So I wouldn't worry too much about the actual words in places, although it's useful to have members' comments where there are particular concerns, but those words are not what we intend to go into a final policy. There's still final policy drafting to be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Ragg, over to you.
Thank you. Just to add on to what Ed has said about tree protection, if trees are in the ownership of land, in the ownership of a responsible body or landowner or authority, it's considered unnecessary to impose TPOs on them. Is that still the case, Ed? Through you, Chair?
Yes, through you, Chair. One of the criteria for serving a tree preservation order is it has to be expedient to put the order in place, and part of that would be an assessment of are the trees at risk and likely to be damaged or harmed, and obviously if they're in the ownership of a responsible body such as the council, for example, then there shouldn't be a need to serve a tree preservation order.
Thanks very much for that, Ed, and thank you, Councillor Ragg. Councillor Arnott, we come to you next.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be very brief. Just to remind us of an old chestnut. Now we're just past Christmas. Do you remember the old chestnut of the national park? I wonder if Ed remembers strategic planning resolving, approved through Cabinet and Council, that we will be holding some kind of meetings to discuss the national park. And I agree with everything that's been said so far by Councillors Bailey and Councillor Ingham and so forth. When you look at Sidmouth and how that was developed out into the AONB, one of our most loved councillors actually lives in one such development. You know, it is bizarre how that happened. And I suppose the question is, and I know I'm not going to get any traction here, Chair, but I'm just flagging it really, just to ask Ed, if I may. I mean, what did happen to that resolution that we'd start? I mean, I know there's the pandemic, so okay, but have we knocked the national park thing into touch forever? Or is this something that can still be considered? We've got a Secretary of State who technically may quite favour these things. And I know there are a lot of myths peddled about it, that you lose control democratically. In fact, you enhance control democratically, that there can't be development and this will increase development pressure elsewhere. It's absolutely wrong on exactly the same grounds that we've said here on about AOMBs. If something can be in the public interest, which is what we're saying here in this policy, you can develop in a national park as well. So I just, yeah, sorry, that's my question for the new year, Chair. National parks, how are we getting on?
So we are awaiting for a time where we can meet all in public as a large group, and it'd be safe to do so. And once that is, we're able to do that, we can then arrange for a meeting. The resolution hasn't gone away. It was obviously suggested to myself from Ed, and I accept it that we need to wait for a time where, yeah, we can mitigate that kind of risk.
Would we, Chair, be able to slip it into the local plan at the last minute, rather like the Sibford Business Park was slipped into the last local plan last minute? Just asking.
I'm not going into that today, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Armstrong, we come to you next, please.
Oh, thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. It's just a follow-up from what was said from Ed about the tree issue. I wanted to ask whether our powers that he talks about, are they our own individual powers that we're able to change in whatever way, or is it government legislation power that we can't change at the moment? And the second thing is, should we not be considering this issue and the whole issue about trees and hedges and so on in light of our climate change agenda? Because that surely overrides all of this sort of stuff. That should be the real top of our list. And I just wonder whether there's any way that we can do any more about it because of our climate change agenda. I'm sorry, it's a bit of
Councillor Armstrong, we've moved on to another agenda item now. Could I ask any questions that you have of Ed regarding trees or the such like that you put into an email to him, and you can get a written answer back from that, please.
And but it's whether we can change the policy. That's why I'm asking it. Really,
it's a fluid policy at the moment. Nothing's set in stone, and we're still a fair few months away from even a draft policy.
Okay,
so we've got more than enough time.
Yeah, thanks for letting me come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
On a point of information, we're going to discuss it in policy 79 anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Allen. So we've had a proposal for this item. Mrs. Shaw, can you take us to a vote, please?
I'm not quite sure, Chair. When you say you've had a proposal, Councillor Allen mentioned height of buildings in the AOMB and to strengthen that, and Councillor Davey asked about delete and where possible. Was that countered by other comments, or are those proposals still standing?
Apologies, that was me getting into a bit of delirium. It's been going on for that many hours. I'm happy to propose the policy as is.
Policy as is. Is anybody seconding?
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. So can we take that to a vote, please?
Thank you. Members, you have the proposal to retain the policy proposal as written. If you could please press your green tick if you're in support of that, or your red cross if you're against that, or raise your electronic hand if you're abstaining from that vote.
Members are in support.
Thank you. If we can then move on to the options. The first option is to in relation to the policy, and the second option is to not have a policy. If you could please press your green tick if you're in favour of option 1 to have the policy, or your red cross if you are in favour of option B, which is not to have a policy.
Support for option A.
Thank you very much.
So we'll take this last point and then we'll all stop for lunch. So we are now at page 300, policy 70, coastal preservation areas. You've got A, B, C or D options. A is to accept the policy, B to not have a policy to protect the undeveloped coastlines. Option C is to afford greater levels of protection. Option D to afford lower levels of protection. I open it up to the group. Councillor Ingham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Reading what's actually stated there on policy 70, the very last word, supported, I'd like that crossed out and for it to read considered. So it says appropriate proposals which increase public access to the coast will be considered. Someone puts forward a completely stupid idea. Our policy says we would have to support it. I don't like that. Everything should be considered on its merits, Chair, I feel, which I think is important. I look forward to hearing what other people say about this policy. I don't think it's very clear. I don't think it's definitive. What I don't like is the idea that if we create a coastal preservation area, there are occasions where an application, it says at top of page 301, doesn't it, in option C, developments which are essential and where harm can be minimised and mitigated. No. If we have a coastal preservation area, that's what it should be. And we should stick to it black and white, okay? So that's why I think, option B, C, D, we shouldn't be looking at. What's printed is good, but let's make that last line clear with the word considered. That's what I propose, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe, we'll come to you next.
Thank you. I was quite happy with it as it was. I don't see how considered helps us at all. Although I understand Councillor Ingham's point, whether officers support something doesn't mean us as ward members or anything else. We can disagree with officers and carry on. So I'm quite happy as written. I think it's safe, secure, and okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. It's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to see maybe us add something along the lines of we will work with local actors to reduce the risk of river and marine pollution. So given that this is strategic planning, it is in our gift to help develop infrastructure that minimises outflows of effluent into watercourses. And I really think we should consider doing that. And not just effluent, but also, runoff from fields and farming generally. So obviously, without wanting to commit the council to more money than we actually have, how can we work with infrastructure developers to ensure that their actions don't cause extra marine and river pollution? So just putting it out there, potential discussion point.
I will bring Ed in at the end to see his thoughts. So Councillor Miller, we come to you next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Of course, by the way, I totally agree with Councillor Ryan's, what she said in principle, I'll wait what Ed says. But I just want to make a general point that we'll never actually finish this meeting if we have contributions, as Councillor Ingham's was a few minutes ago, about changing words. That sentence makes complete sense because it says appropriate proposals will be supported. If that sentence said proposals, then I can understand why you would suggest consider. But if we're going to get into debates about the grammar of this, we are not going to finish today. I want to be here to discuss the substance of these policies. And with the greatest respect to Councillor Ingham, he's made a number of really good points today. I just wanted to put it out there because I just, from my perspective, I've got another meeting at just after 4:15, and I want us to get through as much as we can. And if we're going to start doing grammar alterations, we're going to be here all day. that kind of thing surely can be done outside of the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to see some more meat on this one. Now, a policy to ensure the coastal protection areas are protected. Now, what does that mean? The area that is defined on the map is quite large. Taking Seaton as an example, it goes right back to the main road. All of the estuary. What won't we allow and what will allow? I would like to see a lot more meat on the bone to define what we will allow and what won't. The idea of allowing more public access, that I would certainly support. But again, how can we do that? Can we get a bit more meat on the bone on that? I don't think we can decide that today, but we can work on the wording and beef it up a bit. Thank you.
I think what members need to just to keep in mind and remember is these aren't the policy wordings. The meat on the bone will come at subsequent meetings once the policies have actually been formed. Today's meeting, the last meeting, and probably it's going to be the next meeting as well. All we are looking to do is give direction and form opinions. We don't need to go in through the level of detail that I feel like we have been going into this meeting. I'm never going to stifle the debate, but what we should be doing today's meeting and for the rest of the subsequent meetings is just give directions to the officers. That's what they need, and then they need to get on and actually write the substance of the policies, and then we can work at whether we like them or not. But we need to give the direction for or against option A, B, and C, and we can rattle through these pretty quickly if we can just give indications. I don't think we need to have 5-minute speeches for every single person on every single one. That's my own personal opinion. I defer to the committee's better judgment. So, Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Well, Chair, just to applaud you, you remind me of that Denzel Washington film about the man who had to suddenly realised he had to land a plane flying it upside down. So you were thrown a hell of a googly a few hours ago when the agenda was inverted, but you've done brilliantly. Thank you so much. And you have indeed let everybody speak. So I'll be very brief and noting what you say. I'd like to support what Councillor Rylance has said about marine life and effluent. And if we can, the officers can help us with that as well. And indeed with Councillor Young's point, which goes to the same thing, doesn't it, really, which is just a bit more meat on the bone on this, if possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Allen, over to you.
I just want to agree with Councillor Young and Councillor Arnott, and I think what we're basically saying is that we're liking option C, in other words, a greater level of protection being drafted in. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I don't think we've had any amendments, so we will just go for options A, B, C or D, and we go to Mrs. Shaw for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you have option A, which is as drafted. You have option B, which is not to have a policy to protect undeveloped coastline. Option C, afford greater levels of protection, or option D, afford lower levels of protection. Therefore, for option A, please press your green tick. Option B, red cross. Option C, electronic hand, or option D, thumbs up.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the votes to come in. So the majority have shown support for option A.
Thanks very much for that. Ed, it was my mistake, and Councillor Rylance just put it into the chat. Can you just come back on the comment that she made for the last item, and then we will stop for lunch?
Yes, certainly, Chair. I mean, the issues of river pollution, phosphate levels and impacts on habitats are covered in chapter 14, which is the next chapter we'll come on to after lunch. So we can pick up those issues and see if what we've suggested covers off those concerns.
Fantastic. Okay, so we'll have half an hour for lunch. We'll meet at 1:05 again. Thank you all for this morning's session. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Strategic Planning Committee. Can we start by doing a roll call just of all committee members here present for the minutes? So it's over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. If I could start with yourself, Councillor Ledger.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Davey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Allen. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Allen. Councillor Arnott.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Blakey.
Present, Wendy.
Thank you. Councillor Bonetta.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain. Councillor Hayward.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Howe.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Ingham.
Present, thanks. And Councillor Allen will be back at about 15:15, I believe.
Thank you. Councillor Moulding.
Present.
Councillor Platt.
Present.
Councillor Rylance.
I'm present. I'm just sitting back down again.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Present.
Thank you. Can I just go back to Councillor Chamberlain? Have we got Councillor Chamberlain in? Okay, so Chair, we are quorate for this afternoon's meeting.
Councillor Chamberlain is here. She's having trouble with her iPad at the moment, and she'll be connecting via her phone any second now.
Thank you.
Just as a general reminder to committee members, and to try and get us to move through this a little bit quicker, we are just giving direction to officers on the policy. So if you wish to make a contribution, can you please try and make it on the lines of option A, B, C, D, whichever it is, give an indication of what you're in favour of. Thank you. So we move on to page 302. Policy 71, which is green wedges, and we have 4 options here. Option A is to accept the policy, option B to not have a green wedge areas in the plan, option C to have more extensive areas of green wedges, and option D to have very tightly defined small green wedge designations. I open up to the groups. Councillor Howe, it's over to you, please.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I'm going to break your rule already, Chair. And that is because I actually like option A, if you get my meaning, the policy as it's written out, but I have a major problem with it, and that is it's topsy-turvy. It's coming after the allocations. This proposes we look at green wedges in the near future, but we've got strategic allocations. Well, we're not going to deal with them today, but to be dealt with in the near future, but on our agenda paper we're looking at. And if we then choose a strategic allocation, then decide we need a green wedge, but you've already allocated the land, you can't do it. So we need green wedges to be looked at in our current communities before we do the strategic allocations. And I can see you nodding, Councillor, because obviously it makes sense. You can't do it the other way around, can you? Because once it's built on, you've lost your prospective green wedge, and we need them. So I am actually here to request that although we adopt this policy, it is almost it has to come first. It's not a policy will be done. It is a policy needs to start ASAP and get sorted and be put forward before we can really deal with the allocations further on the agenda. Otherwise, it is making a complete mockery of what we're trying to do. I'm sorry to leave that issue with you, but that's how I feel.
No, not at all. The only thing that I would say is I would suggest it to be like any other policy that we have the green wedges set up in the map before you in the draft document. If we were to go against it in any of the allocations, it would just be, again, it would be a departure from policy as we do with other policies.
If I could, Chair, that is fine for the existing green wedges, but being as we are now looking at expansion and development, there are communities now that might well need a new green wedge. And this is the issue I'm trying to raise. is our communities quite rightly deserve the same protection as Rockbeer, Wimple and others that have green wedges to protect them from coalescence of development. We need to look at that first before we put other allocations, strategic allocations down that could then encroach on those prospective green wedges to protect those characters and natures.
So with that in mind, I'd get you to vote for option C.
I second what
Councillor Ingham, it's Councillor Moulding before you. Councillor Moulding.
Just seconding the recommendation proposal.
Chair, I'm looking at the options before us, and I very much agree with option 1, and I appreciate that you might need to identify the various areas which are designated as green wedges. But item D points out small green wedges, tightly defined, and they contribute towards visual and visual aspects and prevent coalescence and so on. So I don't think it really matters about the size. So in many ways, I agree with both A and D, and in truth, I think they could be actually put together so that we have the larger green wedges, which we all know about, and they can be identified on a map. But we also need tightly defined small green wedges. They help with visual aspects in certain areas.
I think, Councillor Moulding, what the option D is that we reduce the size of the existing ones to more tightly defined.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily, sorry, Chair, I wouldn't necessarily agree that we will reduce the size of the existing ones, but we are able to add to that with smaller green wedges, which assist with certain areas where we don't want coalescence, but they help with visual appearance.
And again,
I don't think we want to eliminate small green wedges.
And then again, so what I would suggest is that you vote for option C if that's the case. So that is it, the addition of new wedges, and that's what we'd be looking into. Councillor Ingham, we'd come to you next. Councillor Ingham, the only reason I didn't accept the second is because obviously we have option C there already.
So I agree with what Councillor Howard said. I think that's really important that we recognise these first and then we decide where we're going to build. I take on board what you're saying, Chair, because you're allowing, I think in principle, the idea that Councillor Moulding can campaign to have a new small green wedge added. I for sure want to extend the Lympstone Exmouth wedge from the A376 up to Woodbury Common, because over the last 30 years, I've seen officers push and push and push and push north, and I think Hullam Road is the final line. We can go no further, and I want to see that green wedge extended up to the common to prevent that, which will help us in our decisions on allocations for Exmouth later, Chair. So I don't know how we can word that. You see, everyone quite likes the wording of 71 as printed, but as you say, Chair, perhaps we should be saying we want that, but with the option C added to that so that we can increase areas as we see fit. Does that make sense, Chair?
Yeah. So, Ed, can I bring you in at this point just for a bit more clarity? Because I'm starting to confuse myself, if I'm honest, because even in policy 71, it says that the green wedges is under review. So yeah, it means that we can add in additional ones in the policy that we've got. So there is that kind of, well, competing between the original policy and option C, which I would see as doing the review and adding in more green wedges.
Yes, Chair, I wonder if with the options we've slightly confused the issue here, so apologies for that. I mean, I think options A and B are direct alternatives of each other. We either have green wedges or we don't. Yep. options C and D are more about the review that needs to take place in terms of the boundaries of the green wedges, assuming members still want to have green wedges, and then whether or not we want to have more extensive areas and more green wedges, or whether or not we want to have smaller green wedges that are more tightly defined. So you may want to in fact take that as two straw polls. One, do we want to have green wedges, options A and B, and assuming that the vote is that we do want green wedges, then vote on options C and D as to how you want us to look at those in terms of the review. Apologies for any confusion there.
No problem. So we'll take that as two separate votes. Councillor Skinner, we come into you next, please. And you're on mute.
Sorry, I think I'm going to hang back. I'm going to move on to somebody else, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Bailey, over to
you. Thank you. Yes, it is quite confusing because so I'm talking about the green wedge between West Hill and Aylesbury, West Hill and Ottery. So we've got settlement containment policies in the neighbourhood plan, but it seems that they're being overridden, thrown to the wolves, because a developer wants to build between West Hill and Ottery St Mary. And I've spoken to Councillor Johns today, and we're really strongly of the view that we want to keep our settlement containment policies. So we haven't actually been given a map. There's just indications of that it's likely to be removed in the north. And so I'm not very happy about that at all. And I suspect that Councillor Pratt may feel the same way, although I wouldn't like to speak for him. But I think, we haven't seen these green wedges. And I think before we abandon green wedges, because that's where I would like to build, we need to establish our green wedges. And I don't quite understand why we haven't had any plans for those yet. I don't think we have. I think we've only had the existing green wedges. Thank you.
Again, Councillor, it just goes back to the point of this is a developing local plan. I think you can imagine and appreciate the amount of work that officers are having to go through at the moment. And that is just another piece of work that will be coming forward in due course. Councillor Young, we come over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like you to vote for C. It really depends on where development is going to be proposed, and we haven't finalised any of that. I support what Councillor Ben Ingram is saying about Limston. We need to review that area. There's also a question mark over the lower Clist estuary. That is all green wedge at the moment, and there's proposed developments along there. One question I would like to have answered is, if it's a green wedge, can it also be part of the Clist Valley Regional Park? Now, can it be covered by both? I see Ed is looking up to the gods for help there, so it would be nice to hear what he says on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Councillor Rickson, we come to you, please.
As you can probably imagine, I'm speaking up for Sid Ford and Sidbury. We've already got in our own neighbourhood plan that we do not want further coalescence. As you know, we have got an inappropriate, huge industrial site which is being developed on our floodplain and in the AONB. So please, we do not want any more creeping development, and we would like a green wedge definitely between Sidford and Sidbury with the remaining land.
Very much. That's the view that we're going to take a vote in a second on whether we're for or against it. Councillor Ryan, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So referring back to things,
Councillor Ryan, unfortunately your internet connection isn't that great.
Migration patterns, and is the damn. Can you hear me at all?
Can you hear me better now? Yeah.
Turn your video off, Helen.
Okay, I'll turn my video off. Yeah, that's why I keep it off most of the time. So referring back to my previous comment about migration patterns, I do note that animals and fauna and flora are actually mentioned in this policy. I've got a question really, is the vision that the green wedges form a sort of part of an overarching pattern of linking green corridors that also benefit animals and wildlife, so that it's not just green wedges for the people, but green wedges for the animals as well? Because you know, I would mention specifically, for example, the swale in Westclist, where deer and foxes have been spotted right in the centre of the development on the swale. So they're working very, very well, and I think that's something we'd like to encourage.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Ryan. We'll go to Ed at the end. Councillor Skinner, we move to you next, please.
Thank you. I can gather my thoughts a bit more. It's really important. A couple of points have been made, and the point that Councillor Hay made, absolutely bang on the money. And he was saying about how this comes and how we get it in place. But for me, the green wedges are really, really important. They mean a lot. And listening to Councillor Bailey, absolutely right, Councillor Bailey, between West Hill and Oxley St Mary and everybody, Councillor Ingham and Limpstone, it's really, really important, these particular wedges. And the other thing which I wanted to pick up on, which is what Councillor Rylance spoke on, and she's absolutely right as well, is the ability for wildlife to work between different patches and different areas. This is a really important document, and ensure that this is where we get support, and I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Arnott. We'll move to you now.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm a little confused. Obviously, so I'll concentrate on that, other than the obvious virtues of having this policy. So what we have at the top, in the nice green box, the policy on green wedges. So nobody's going to argue with that. That's what we all want. I don't know if that is in fact de facto 71A. When I then look at 71C, it's a funny old one, because on the one hand, it seems to be suggesting a review that may allow more green wedges. But on the other hand, it's quite a punchy final sentence, which says extensive areas of green wedge that go beyond the area needed to achieve this aim would unnecessarily restrict development that would otherwise be acceptable. So I don't really know what that means. So I suppose what I'm asking, Chair, is reassurance, please. If we vote for effectively A with a C knob on, presumably that is saying that the existing designated green wedges, they're not going to be touched by this review process. That's what I'm asking. Is that the case? But that additional green wedges or micro wedges or whatever it is, you know, may be included as we move forward.
Ed, can we come to you at that point, and just for a bit of further clarification for the membership?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, I think a good review should start with a clean slate, really, in terms of what is the policy trying to achieve, and first and foremost, that is to protect the separate character and identity of settlements that are in close proximity to each other and prevent their coalescence. So I think we start from looking at what land is needed to be set aside as green wedges to achieve that. I don't think we should necessarily start with the assumption that the existing green wedges remain as are, because we have to have clear evidence as to why we've designated the areas that we are putting forward as green wedges, and that needs to be up-to-date evidence. So we need to start, to my mind, with a clean slate, and see what comes out of that review in terms of the green wedge areas, bearing in mind their focus. But I think it's interesting to have members steer as to whether or not you want us to look in terms of having more green wedges in different locations. And I've noted down the comments about the areas that have already been mentioned to be looked at, and how extensive those should be, so they can inform that work in terms of doing that review. And then obviously we'll come back to you with our recommendations as to where we think those green wedges should be, and their extent for members to consider in the future.
Chair, can I therefore...
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor, 2 seconds, Councillor Arnott. I think as there was a bit of confusion on this agenda item, we will go through. There are other members who are looking to speak again. We will just take those in turn. So, Councillor Bailey, we come to you first, please.
Thank you. I'm getting a bit confused now. I think that what we need is green wedges. We agree our green wedges. We support our communities with their neighbourhood plans where they've got settlement containment policies, and we look at all our different settlements that want green wedges, and then we allocate the housing, because otherwise it seems to me that what we're doing is we're deciding our green wedges based on where developers want or don't want to build. So is that the order that Councillor Howe thinks that we should proceed, that we establish our green wedges before we start allocating? Because otherwise it's too late, isn't it? Because it seems to me that in the draft plan, you're already eroding the settlement containment policies between Ottery and West Hill before we've actually discussed the green wedges. So my preference would be to do green wedges first, everything else second, and make sure that we help our communities prevent coalescence and retain their identities. Thank you.
So just on that point, Ed, and in regards to the corporate work programme, do you feel that it would be realistic to ask the policy team to bring back a draft green wedge policy to the next meeting, so that obviously we can have that we can have that information ahead of completing the work with site allocations? I know we're not physically allocating the sites at the next meeting, but I think it would be something that would be quite helpful in deliberating on these sites.
If I understand it correctly, Chair, you're asking if we'd be able to do the review of the green wedges themselves. I don't think we can do that in that timescale. In fact, the deadline for reports for the next meeting in February has already gone, actually. So that's not going to be possible. I mean, I kind of see it working in parallel rather than one before the other. I hear what members are saying, and clearly we don't want to be developing and allocating land in areas that are going to lead to settlement coalescence. And I think that's a clear principle, and hopefully that's reflected in our consideration of the sites that have been put forward. When we come to the sites, you'll see, I think there are places where we've made comments and said allocating this site could start to lead to settlement coalescence or intrude into a green wedge. So I think that has played a part in our consideration. I'd also say, picking up on Councillor Howe's point, that if the intent is to create potentially additional green wedges to prevent allocations that perhaps reduce the gap between settlements and then create green wedges to prevent future coalescence, then we need to know where those allocations are going to be to then designate the green wedge. So I think the two need to go hand in hand, but there is quite a lot of additional work needed to be done in terms of identifying the green wedge areas. So I think we're still at least a couple of months away from being able to bring that work to you, members.
Thanks for that, Ed. Councillor Allen, we move to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. My primary concern is not to come up with some juggling balance, but to protect what we already have. And I can see no good reason why we need to actually turn around and say, let's start from a clean slate. And the reason I say that is because the country park for Cranbrook was supposed to extend right up towards Broadclist, and it's been nibbled and eaten away and is no longer on the plan that's been presented. We've got a situation where it's incredibly difficult to protect green space, and I absolutely disagree with any policy that starts from saying, let's start from the very beginning and re-establish everything. And so in that sense, I'm totally in support of the things that Councillor Arnott and Councillor Bailey have been saying. I don't see why we can't have a policy that says we start from the existing green wedges, set up the settlements after that, and then decide where the green wedges should go. Otherwise, we'll have Seaton and Collerton coming together, we'll have Exeter and Cranbrook merging, and we'll have Exmouth merging probably with Cranbrook if the new town goes ahead. We've got to stop this, and I do ask that people would consider making sure that this policy is definitive. It starts from zero change. It starts from the existing green wedges and it moves on to consider further green wedges. Thank you.
Very much for that, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ingham, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Totally agree with what Councillor Allen's just said on the back of Councillors Arnott and Bailey. I was doing really well until Councillor Arnott asked his question. That was fine, but the answer was shocking. No, we've got to protect what we've already got and then expand on it. So it wouldn't take you a long time, Ed, because don't bother reviewing what's already in place. We don't want to change that. We just want to expand on what we've already got. And the reason why we have to expand on what we've already got, I know with the Lympston Exmouth Green Wedge, it was only done, up to the A376 and to what's called Cortlands Lane by Farmer Long's land, which is now National Trust, because there was no chance that Brixington was going to expand further north and further and further and further. And guess what happened in the 80s, 90s, noughties and so on? It's come right on up. And listening to officers, I've heard them say, well, of course, the boundaries of a settlement mean nothing, or parish boundaries. We'll just go over that if need be. So that's why we have to really update these now, because we haven't for a very long time in some of the areas. And so I support that. It's basically, we like what we saw, Ed, in the first bit, but we do have to extend some of the green wedges and maybe, yes, create one or two new ones. Thank you, Chair. That's what I propose.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ian. Councillor Howe, come to you, please.
Thank you. It was just Mr. Freeman making a claim. He's sort of written them down that he's heard about, and I thought I better get mine in. So to make clear for Ed, Clifton Mary and Clifton George needs a green wedge, Clifton George and Ebford need a green wedge, and Ebford and Exton need a green wedge. All of those are coalescing more and more, and they need to be kept separate. And from there, of course, part of my old war, now Eleanor Rylands says, dear old Farringdon is totally under the cosh and would absolutely scream for a green wedge to protect it, which it does fundamentally need. It's a very historic old community. Out of my ward, so I'm speaking as an East Devon District Councillor, not ward specific, but it's got lovely old listed buildings that in their setting, need to be preserved. And we've got to be really careful about this sort of thing. So fundamentally, coming back to, Chair, your point, and following up what everyone else has been saying now is, yes, our starting point is what we've got. We need to expand. We need new ones and we need to get them right. So please, however we're going to do that, I will happily support, but I can't see A, B, C or D at present being the correct option, although C's the closest, but we've got to get it right. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott, we come to you, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. I'm very grateful indeed to Councillors Allen and Ingham for stating what I would otherwise state now, but don't need to, it can save everybody's time. So to me, Chair, it is, it was, I think Ben was right. I have to say, I was a bit shocked by its answer as well, that we may have, we could have stumbled into a clean slate scenario here without really, there we go. Well, I agree, Ben. So let's not do that. So, Chair, it's just really a question of how we, under your guidance, take the existing, which I suppose is expressed in A, and then take an element of C, which is about a further assessment for potential new sites. So, whatever wording can become forward on that, I'm happy if Councillor Allen's proposing it to second it, or however that works for you. Thank you.
I think we take forward the option that what I'm seeing is that committee like the option C with the amendment as suggested, and that we take a vote on that as becoming part of the main policy. So it's an amendment to obviously the policy written in the papers. Councillor Bailey, is it?
Just very quickly, I think I'm right in thinking that members would like that to be done in advance of the consideration of the site allocations.
Yeah, I believe it will be done in ahead of the actual site allocations, but we will still be giving indications on sites ahead of that. We are going to have our meeting in February, and Ed's already said that the information won't be able to be available for that time. That is obviously, it's not site allocations though. It's giving directions to officers again.
So it will be in parallel with not one leading the other, shall we say?
Exactly.
Okay, I can cope with that.
Okay, so.
But I think we have proposed, and Councillor Arnott seconded, that we start from adding to what we've already got.
Yes, exactly that, Councillor Allen. So we'll take that to a vote, please, Mrs. Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. You originally suggested 2 votes, option A and option B.
We'll just take it as one vote, please.
Okay, option C, that if you are in support of the recommendation to have more extensive areas of green wedges, however, that landscape review that's mentioned in that option shall not be from a fresh start or a clean slate. If you're in support of that, please press your green tick. If you're against that motion, press your red cross, or if you're abstaining.
Sorry, Shelley. Ed, you wanted to come in quickly? It seems quite pressing.
Yes, sorry, Chair. I hesitate to interrupt, but I'm a bit concerned that in terms of this being an evidence-led process, we can't just assume that the existing green wedges can be transposed from the existing local plan and into the new one without producing an evidence document that reviews them. That it will be necessary to get the plan through examination, because an inspector is not just going to sit there and say, oh, well, that's fine, you can have those green wedges because you've had them before. The inspector will expect to see evidence as to why we've got those green wedges, why we've drawn the boundaries where we have. And so we need to do that as part of this review, which is perhaps clean slate wasn't the right words to use, but we need to at least review the existing boundaries of the existing green wedges and ensure that they are of the same standard and the same quality as the new ones you want to create, so that there's a consistent methodology and a consistent evidence base to support their designation in the local plan. Otherwise, that element will not be found sound at examination.
Thank you.
Can I comment, Chair?
Sorry, I was just, Councillor Allen, as the proposer, can I come to you first?
Yeah.
I'll just be taking the proposer in a second. I won't be taking other councillors at this point.
Yeah.
We are heading towards the vote. Councillor Allen, over to you.
I think that all along we've been asked for guidance as to what we would like in the way of strategic policies and detailed policies without organising the words to say. But in terms of a clarification, we want the whole review to work on the basis that we're working forward to from the existing green wedges. And it may well be a review will be needed to justify it, but that can come by the section 19 stage. It doesn't have to be done next week. And there's no reason why the existing green wedge map can't be used when we're looking at allocations. So please, let's get on with the vote, not have another interruption.
So, Councillor Arnott, as the seconder, are you still?
Yes, very briefly, Chair. So the green wedge nearest me, if Mr. Freeman wants, I'll send in the inspector's report for the most recent planning thing there. So I'm pretty sure ours would stand up. I'm really worried about this being a thin end of the wedge, and I don't quite know why it's even an option. I can understand what Mr. Freeman is saying, that what sources the goose is sort of the gander. There needs to be equal analysis if there are new ones coming forward as old ones. But equally, I would be terrified, and I mean that, if this meeting is being watched today by local developers, God bless them, and what we're sending out is a signal, game on, lads, because we're in the emerging local plan process. We're not actually sticking with the existing green wedges. I think it's catastrophic. So just like to back every word that Councillor Allen's just said, and you know, you can see where I'm going to vote. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks all. So with that in mind, I think we need to take it to a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if members are in agreement with those amendments, please press your green tick. If you're against those amendments, press your red cross, or if you wish to abstain from the vote, raise your electronic hand.
Members are in support of the amendments.
So, so we hopefully can get another 20 policies done before the end of today. Policy 72 is land and local amenity importance, and we have 4 options for this. So obviously for the option is option A, include a wider reaching policy to protect the local green spaces, but do not identify all local green spaces in the plan is option B. Option C is identify and protect all local green spaces in the district. Option D, do not include a policy. A, B, C or D? What would members like? Councillor Howe, over to you.
I'm sorry about this, but I must have missed this policy, and I'm sitting here reading it and thinking, great for the towns. What about the poor villages and, you know, large communities and everything else? Are we relying on neighbourhood plans for them again, which is hard, could be overridden, and all the rest of it? And I am struggling with this one. Obviously, do not include a policy is ridiculous. I suppose option C is what I'm asking about, isn't it? Identify and protect all local green spaces in the district, because we ought to be treating everyone the same, not just picking who we're supporting and leaving the rest to themselves. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with this one. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Howe. Councillor Ingham, we come to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. I totally agree with what Councillor Howe just said, so I'll second that.
So is that seconding going for option C?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Freeman, do you have anything you wish to add?
Well, Chair, only as identified in the text, that would take a huge amount of resource to assess every area of green space in the district and decide whether it's worthy of designation under that policy. I think there is a difficulty here in that we've got these 14 identified areas and how we carry those forward in terms of policy, or indeed leave them to neighbourhood plans to identify. But to go through and include every green space, would have to seriously review our resources and the timescales for production of the local plan if members wanted to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Miller, we'll come to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I agree with Councillor Howe and the comments he made and his rationale for making them. I just wanted to hone in on this resourcing issue here. In the report, it suggests high degree of resources. Ed has now just changed that adjective to huge. Would it not be worth us? I'd like to know exactly, I'd like to know in more detail what the resourcing issue would be. And I think it might be worth Ed going away and analysing that further, because I think option C is ideal, but it's very difficult, I think, for members to take a confident, not that I'm a voting member on this at this stage, but it's very difficult to take a confident vote on this without really an exact, or not exact, but some kind of quantifiable idea of the resourcing of the resources that this would need? Would this mean a new officer? What are we talking about? So probably this is for Ed to answer, but yeah, I endorse what Councillor Howe was saying, and I think he's absolutely right.
We'll come to that in a second. Councillor Allen, come to you next, please.
I think to be consistent with the previous vote, we ought to at least start with what we've already got identified and say that those 14 spaces should not be affected. And so I think that what we need then is for an expansion with, and it does say local green space. So if there's a village that has a town green, it shouldn't be too difficult to identify it and protect it. I think sometimes officers do complain that the workload is going to be too heavy when they really don't want to do something. But this is potentially a justifiable reason why Mr. Freeman has a problem, because if we say every single green space everywhere, what does that mean? But I think that the option C says identify and protect all local green space. And I think that if we look at it from the point of view of every local green space in each settlement, that might be more feasible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ryan, we come to you next, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask, is it not possible to ask parish councils, and I take what Helen Pass said in the chat here, for their list of local green spaces that they wish to see included on a register, and ask them essentially to provide the list. Not every community does a neighbourhood plan, so not every community will have a neighbourhood plan to hand to provide that information through. So 1216 may not be applicable to every community. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Howe, we come to you.
Yeah, I'm trying to dig myself out of the hole, and after what Mr. Freeman has said, and I still prefer option C, but I'm looking at option B. And the only issue I've got with option B is that they may be identified through neighbourhood plans, which again puts, what is it, 45% of our area outside. Have we got 55% in neighbourhood plans of mere present or something like that, or is it higher? I can't remember. So there needs to be another way through, and I think that's where we're trying to get to, is if parishes themselves, if we write to all the parishes and ask them to nominate their green open spaces, local green space, whatever we want to call them, and then our officers assess them from there instead of our officers going searching for them, shall we say. I'm just trying to find a muddle a way through, and I'm really struggling with it, but I need coffee.
I think you made it there, Councillor Howe. There's enough people looking to second you on that. So option B with speaking to parishes. Is anyone wishing to second that?
The last one I don't know, I'll have to have a look and pick.
Councillor Skinner, you're not on mute.
I want it today or tomorrow.
Councillor Skinner, you're not on mute.
Can I second Councillor Howe while Councillor Skinner sells a few garden ornaments?
Thank you. Councillor Hayward, do you wish to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I did. It was just to respond to something that a previous speaker said about officers, but I'm so incandescent I won't speak. Thank you.
I was going to come to that point when we were summing up, and Councillor Allen, I would suggest that you give officers an apology for the comments made.
Yes, of course, I apologise. I think everybody makes excuses if they don't want to do something, but I don't think officers are any different from anybody else, but I don't mean to imply that they're in any way less professional.
Thank you for that. Very much appreciated, I'm sure. Mrs. Shaw, can we take it to a vote, please?
Yes, Chair. We have the four options: A, with the policy approach as drafted; B, the option to include a wider reaching policy to protect local green space, but do not identify all local green spaces in the plan. And within that one, it was proposed to invite parish councils to nominate open spaces rather than officers acting and looking for spaces. Then you have option C, identify and protect all local green space in the district, and option D, do not include a policy. Please, would you press your green tick for option A?
Chair, I'm not sure I agree with that, because what we were saying is possibly we could do option C, but ask the parish councils to do the hard work.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Ian. Councillor Howe proposed option B, but getting the parish councils to do the work. That was Councillor Howe's proposal.
Sorry.
Okay. So, sorry, Mrs. Shaw, over to you again.
Thank you. For option A, please press your green tick. Option B, your red cross. Option C, raise your electronic hand. And option D, give a thumbs up, please.
Waiting for the votes to come in. Members have shown a majority support for option B.
Thank you all. So we move on, and we are, forgive me, just done 72. So we're on 73. We're moving on to chapter 14, protecting and enhancing our outstanding biodiversity, page 308, policy 73, which is protecting the enhancement of biodiversity and geological features. With this, we have options A, which is obviously to support the policy, option B, to not have a policy to provide for a high level protection and enhancement of biodiversity and geological features, or option C, to place a lower emphasis on the importance of wildlife areas. Councillor Bonetta, we come to you, please. Councillor Bonetta seems to be having trouble with his internet again, so we move on to Councillor Ingham.
Thanks, Chair. I'd say that's option A then. 73 is printed. I'll go for.
Fantastic. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second.
Councillor Davey. With no other speakers wishing to speak, Mrs. Shaw, can you take us to a vote, please?
Thank you, members. So we have the three options. Option A, which is the policy approach as set out. Option B, to not have a policy to provide. And option C, to place a lower emphasis on the importance of wildlife assets. Please, would you press your green tick for option A, red cross for option B, and your electronic hand for option C.
Support is shown for option A.
Thank you very much. Page 308 shows us policy 74, habitat regulations and mitigation of adverse impacts. We are, option A is for the policy. Option B is to not have a policy in respect to habitat regulations and mitigations of potential adverse impacts on development. Option C, to vary the approach to mitigation. A, B or C, I open it up to the committee. Councillor Moulding, we come to you, please.
Yes, Chair, I really just wanted to say that this is the item which does include for the issues over phosphates and the mitigation measures that might need to be taken. And this was the item which Mr. Kennard spoke about with regard to the Axe Valley, and I'm very much in agreement with him. There are concerns, and these concerns need to be measured, and if they seem to be problematic and there are developments in the area, their mitigation measures will need to be taken, and developers will have to contribute to the costs involved, and I don't have any problem and can therefore propose the item in front of us in green on 74.
Thanks very much for that, Andrew. Can we have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Ingham. Councillor Young, we come to you next, please.
Yeah, just to say I totally support this policy. It's great to see habitat regulations being supported in such a positive manner. Thank you.
Fantastic. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I second this. My only reservation, I hope Ed remembers this, is mitigation. That's an excuse for allowing someone to do something perhaps they shouldn't be doing, And so when we do mitigate, we should do it with grave reservations and be absolutely clear on what we're allowing them to do and not. But I support, in principle, what Councillor Moulding proposed. Thank you, Chair.
I think Ed's taken those comments on board. Thank you. Councillor Howell, we come to you, please.
Sorry. I suppose because I was chair of planning when certain developments came before the planning committee, and I can think of East Knoll in particular, where we're talking about bats. I'm not entirely sure this goes far enough. And it's just one of those things. The mitigation, if it's on-site mitigation, which it has to be for certain species and developments, needs to be clearer and simpler. It doesn't need to just be there. It needs to actively move the, it actually has to show that you've moved the species from the current roost before it's taken down to the new roost that's being provided for it. And I struggled with it then. I think the whole committee struggled with it then. Councillor Young, I know, was there, and others. And I'm just not entirely sure this goes far enough. And I'm just looking to Mr. Freeman to see if there's any way it can be strengthened up to make sure that the species is concerned, particularly if we're talking about bats and others, absolutely are moved. They're not just provided with a new roost, but they've actually gone to the new roost, etc., before demolition can start on their current home. I hope that makes some sense, and hopefully a few of you will understand why I'm saying that.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Howell. Ed, I think what the view of the committee so far is that in principle they accept the policy, but they wish it to go a little bit further. Is there any way that we can be a bit more ambitious with the policy when we come to actually writing it up?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think the issue is reading this policy in conjunction with the others later in the chapter. So that this policy really is about protection of special areas of conservation, the spas and Ramsar sites within the district. There are policies later on about protected species, which I think is probably more relevant to the issue Councillor Howell's raising, and would offer the greater protection when we get to that point. But I think it's a couple of policies later on.
Fantastic. We'll take it there. I think with that then, Mrs. Shaw, can we take that to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. You've got three options here. Option A is the policy approach as drafted. Option B, to not have a policy. And option C is to vary the approach to the mitigation. Please, would you press your green tick if you're in support of option A, your red cross for option B, and raise your electronic hand for option C.
Support is shown for option A.
Thank you very much. Page 313, policy 75 is biodiversity net gain. The policy looks to establish at least a 20% net gain in biodiversity compared to the pre-development situation. That is option A. Option B is to seek a lower percentage gain, for example, to align with the government's 10% figure. Option C is to seek a higher percentage figure, greater than 20%. Option D is to not have a policy and rely on the legislation and government. My personal opinion on this is that I think 20% is a fair amount. It's ambitious enough. It's higher than the government average, but it doesn't creep into the point where we are then looking at viability of other items that start to fall off due to the fact that we're going so heavy on the percentage of gaining in biodiversity. Councillor Miller, we go to you, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, big interest in this particular policy personally. I am somewhere between the option as written, option A, and actually option B, in the sense, but it would be an amended version of option B, in the sense that I think there are limited occasions in which, if there is a gain for genuinely affordable housing, and I think each each case would need to be case by case, because there are different forms of affordable housing, some of which are very beneficial in terms of meeting social need, and others less so. Also, social sort of infrastructure, vital social infrastructure such as GP surgeries. And I think actually if you're able to get that at the same time as on an occasion going down to a 10% biodiversity net gain, I think that is worth it on occasion. I think 20% should be the absolute rule of thumb, but I do think that we should be we should occasionally leave ourselves with limited flexibility to be able to provide social value in some developments as well. That's just my view, and it's not a view that's fixed in my mind. I just feel, and it's obviously worth debating, but I'm attracted to something between A and B. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Miller. Councillor Ingham, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I like as 75 as printed, but what I'd ask Ed to consider in that first line at the end of it, it says all development proposals to demonstrate. Could he take on board all development proposals to plan for and demonstrate tangible evidence? If they say they're going to do it, we have to make sure they do it. So when he comes to draft this, can you make it quite clear to them what our expectations are? Not just a statement that we don't double check, for example, and they have to pay for it, when it happens. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Ian. Councillor Rickson, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to biodiversity net gain, this is absolutely crucial in this country when you consider that 97% of our wildflower meadows have been lost in this country. 2/3 of moths and 71% of butterflies are in long-term decline. 3 of our native bumblebees are already extinct and half are in decline. 1 in 4 mammals are on the red list. 67 species of birds are on the red list and 96 are on the amber list. Plus 1 in 5 species of flora are threatened. We need to do something urgently.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Rickson. Councillor Lawrence, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out to the committee members that the UK has the lowest biodiversity of the whole of Western Europe, and it's a disgrace. And I think 20% should be an absolute minimum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bailey, we come to you, please.
Thank you very much. As we've got a new biodiversity officer, I would be really interested in having a meeting with him and to discuss biodiversity in relation to planning and also in relation to the local plan. And I wonder whether that's something that could be arranged possibly, because I think it's the first time that we've had a ecology officer, and it would be really interesting to have his input, because I think we've discussed this previously, but I think that this has been prepared by our planning officers, and I'm not sure the extent to which our new ecology officers had the input yet. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that's something that we can arrange in the future. I'd like to get his feet under the desk a little. I think he only started last week, so but yeah, in due course we can definitely get that sorted. Councillor Allen, come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I absolutely support what has been said, but I think we need the kind of detail that Councillor Rickson has put in to prove it. We have to justify anything to the local inspectors and fight off any lack of mitigation by developers. So I think, yes, it should be 20%. Yes, it should be a minimum, preferably more. But please, how are we going to prove it? Perhaps Mr. Freeman could come up with an answer.
Thank you for that, Councillor Allen. Councillor Young, we come to you, please.
Thank you. tend to agree with Councillor Mike Allen. Regarding the 20%, I don't think we should waver from the 20%. Biodiversity must come before development, no matter what it is. If it's social housing, developers will come up with other excuses why it should be less than 20%, so we shouldn't waver the 20%. I've put justification question mark. Can we justify the 20%? And if we can't justify it, we need to find a way of justifying it. And maybe there's a question mark on the ANOBs. Should we go for 30 in the NOBs? I don't know, but 20% without justification seems to be a bit of a question mark. So we need to understand how we can justify that to developers, because the developers and the inspector will be questioning how we can justify it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Young. Councillor Blake, you can come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is starting to sound a little bit reminiscent of the discussions we had about climate emergency. My question is, through you, Chair, to Ed, is how do we arrive at 20%? Is this an arbitrary figure, or have we taken advice as to whether this is actually achievable within a typical development and within the resources of the average developer? Is it just a nice figure to plump for, or is it something that we really believe can be achieved in a realistic timescale? And actually, following up on what Councillor Allen said, how do we then prove it? How do we get the evidence that that 20% uplift has been achieved?
Thank you for that, Councillor Blake. We move to Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect actually 20% isn't very hard to achieve if you're building on a brownfield site. And with a little bit of landscaping, you probably very easily get a 20% enhancement. It's clearly stated how that will be measured using the most recent nationally endorsed biodiversity metric. So I know I queried before how we can come up with rather precise percentages, but I suspect this is probably achievable, and even on farmland. With good landscaping, you can easily achieve this kind of target, I think. So I'm not too worried about that. I'd like a bit of advice from Ed, and I suspect I know what the answer is here. But it says 20% gain in biodiversity compared with the pre-development situation. Actually, I would like to see pre-development minus 1 year. And I think this, I don't know if we can include something like this, but it would ensure that we don't have preemptive removal of critical bits of biodiversity habitat before an application goes in, which would then make it easier, obviously, to demonstrate the 20% uplift. And it would also prevent preemptive destruction of trees. I don't know if we can do this, and perhaps Ed could advise on this.
We'll come to Ed at the end. Councillor Howe, over to you.
Very sorry. I'm struggling again. I'm going to for a lot of these as to where to put this, but this one obviously on the last line, planning conditions and planning obligations on the bottom. And I think to Cranbrook, and Councillor Blakey might back me up or not, I don't know. But being as an awful lot of residents in Cranbrook in particular are left with gardens that aren't fit for gardening, an awful lot of them have stripped out their grass, put in artificial grass and everything else, which does no good to anybody. Not only does it increase the runoff rate and everything else, it certainly doesn't help wildlife. And I'm just wondering how we ensure that new developments, one, has a reasonable topsoil for gardening to happen, and two, that we prevent total hardscaping of such plots to make sure that any wildlife gains that are part of a development are in perpetuity, not in there for the first year or two until well, you know, you take all your gardens away and everything else, which we've got to be walking a fine balance, but at the same time, we've got to make sure people are happy where they live. And I'm just struggling with it again, and I don't know which part this comes into, so sorry.
Thanks for that, Councillor Howe. Councillor Bonetta, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry I'm unable to turn my camera on. I just wanted to speak quickly in favour of option A, and actually with what Councillor Young said. However, I would like to suggest a brief amendment that officers further investigate a higher biodiversity net gain percentage for areas of outstanding natural beauty, much like Councillor Jeff Young said, perhaps on the lines of 25% or 30%. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Bonetta, that would come under option C, I would suggest, to seek a higher percentage figure, greater than 20%.
I'm happy with that, but it's specifically for AONBs only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Specifically higher rates for AONBs?
I'll second that.
Councillor Reynolds, thank you. Any other questions? So we've had one slight amendment to the policy as written, is that it's 20%, but then set as, well, for officers to go and investigate whether a higher percentage could be utilised in the AONB areas. Mrs. Shaw, can we come over to you, please, for the vote? What I'd like to do is obviously take a vote on the amendment and then take a vote on which option, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, members, you've just heard the proposed amendment to the policy option in option A. Please, would you press your green tick if you're in support of that recommendation, press your red cross if you're against that, or raise your electronic hand if you're abstaining.
Majority have voted for support of the proposed amendment.
Thank you. Therefore, members, I'll now put to you for a straw poll the four options, which is that the policy approach as just amended, the option B, lower percentage gain to align with government 10% figure, option C, a higher percentage figure gain, or D, not to have a policy at all. Please would you press your red tick, your green tick for option A, red cross for option B, raise your electronic hand for option C, and thumbs up for option D.
Majority have supported option A.
Thank you very much for that. So we are now on page 315, protection of national important wildlife sites. Option A is for the policy. Option B is to not have a policy to protect national wildlife sites and features. Option C, to place a lower emphasis on importance of wildlife assets. A, B, or C. Does anyone have any comments to make, or are they happy to take the policy as is? Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Happy to take the policy as is, Chair, and to propose if that's helpful.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
Yep, I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. With no other members wishing to speak, Mrs. Shaw, can we take that to a vote, please?
Thank you, members. So we have, please press your green tick if you're in support of option A, which is the policy approach. Option B, for a red cross to not have a policy, or option C, electronic hand to play a lower emphasis.
Support for option A.
Thank you very much. So that's the policy 76. Policy 77 is protection of local wildlife sites. So the last 76 was national. This is now local. And again, we have the same three options of to accept the policy, or to not have a policy, or option C is to place a lower emphasis. A, B, or C. Councillor Ingham, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just 77 is really quite clear, and I like it. But, you know, we're saying we should resist change to these four, which, are top priorities for us. When Ed drafts this, can we have words like prevent? I'm quite happy to propose 77, but let's be black and white in the words. If we want to protect these things, let's protect them. Yeah, not defend them a bit. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure Ed will bolster the language up when they write the policies. Councillor Arnott, are you coming in to second that?
I am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, over to you.
I agree with adopting policy 77, but I would point out the NPPF paragraph 179 asks us to identify, map and safeguard components of local wildlife-rich habitats and wider ecological networks. Now, that's a heck of a lot of work. And I'm very mindful of what Mr. Freeman was saying about workloads. But that is what the NPPF says. And certainly we should be protecting ecological networks. So I do recommend that we add the words ecological networks into this policy somewhere, but leave it to our ecologist and Mr. Freeman's people to come up with a compliant policy so that NPPF 179 doesn't be a little time bomb for an inspector or a developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Mrs. Shaw, can we take this to a vote, please?
Yes, thank you, members. You've got the policy approach as option A. You have to not have a policy in option B and to place a lower emphasis on the importance. Option C, therefore, please press your green tick for option A, your red cross for option B, and raise your electronic hand if you're voting for option C.
Support is shown for option A.
Thank you very much. We move on to policy 78, protected species. I feel like we're on a bit of a roll now. It's either option A is to support the policy to have appropriate protections in place, or option B is to not have a policy. Does anyone have anything they wish to add, or Councillor Skinner, over to you?
No more than I'm going to propose the recommendation. What's put forward in front of us.
Do I have a seconder for that, please?
Yep.
Councillor Ingham, thank you very much. With no one else wishing to speak, can we take that to a vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Members, the policy approach is option A, and you have a non-policy for option B. Please press your green tick for option A, red cross for option B.
Support is shown for option A.
Thank you very much. So we are now on to policy 79, page 318. It's trees and development. So we either have the policy which seeks to afford protections to existing trees in East Devon and the planting of new trees, or option B is to place a lower importance of the trees in respect of development. So A or B. Councillor Allen, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, NPPF 131 is stressing the need that new streets are tree lined. And I think that on-street planting in new developments may be needing to be a little bit clearer in terms of compliance with the strategy. But it also, my main concern is what happens when mitigation means cutting down a tree and planting a smaller sapling. And we just had a situation where 3 trees, which were quite young, were just chopped down and 3 saplings put in their place. And that was because we agreed that somebody could do that to build a garage on the side of the house. Now, that completely defeats the object of protecting existing trees in street situations. So I would like to see some very, very clear wording with regard to policy 79 that makes sure that people can't just do that. and it can't be justified when they come in for planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor. Ed,
Can I second that, Chair?
Yeah, no problem. Ed, can I just query with regards to line trees on streets? Is there a hesitancy from Devon County to adopt roads with trees lining the streets?
That has been an issue, yes. Certainly it causes all sorts of issues in terms of surfacing materials with tree roots, then potentially raising up pavias and tarmac footpaths, for example, and issues with tree roots and getting into drainage systems and things, which has made them resistant at times in the past. It's certainly at times been a battle at Cranbrook to get street trees provided as part of those developments. I hope the changes in the government policies in the MPPF that Councillor Allen referred to will make that easier in terms of securing those from development and getting acceptance of them by Devon County Council in their capacity as highway authority. But there are ways and means of obviously incorporating street trees and designing them in such a way that the issues that have occurred in the past don't, in terms of raising pavias and problems with route progression. So we need to look at that and look at what guidance would be needed to ensure that we can satisfy the highway authority's requirements for that.
Thank you. Councillor Young, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the policy is very woolly. It's not that dynamic. The word "will seek," what does that actually mean? Regarding the importance of hedgerows, hedgerows are not trees, but is there a way that we can protect the hedgerows? But I would like to see this a lot more dynamic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Bailey, we come to you, please.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I completely agree with Councillor Young. I feel it's all too light touch and too woolly, and I think we need it to be more prescriptive and more robust. And I think if there are other planning authorities that have a whole supplementary planning document on trees, I feel that we need to really consider this as a serious and detailed issue. And I know that this is just a working draft, but when the next iteration comes back, I would really like to see, for instance, specific requirements for new tree planting, so a minimum number of trees, no loss of ancient woodlands, and a replacement, ratios for replacement for every tree that's felled. And I also think, a bit like I said with the landscape section when we discussed it earlier, I really do think as a planning authority we should have a document that makes it really clear to applicants with regards to trees. So what are our tree planting requirements, the diameters of trees, etc. And I think that we need a more robust approach than is currently being demonstrated here. And I won't go on about the individual words, but I think just as a general theme, this is insufficient. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Davey, we come to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just a word of warning. I think we're falling into the trap of thinking that we're looking at policy. We're looking at an overall direction of policy. And so I think worrying about, and I must admit, I looked at this and thought policy will seek to afford protection. We should just give protection. But I think the phrasing there simply means that when the policy is drafted, that is what it will be aiming to do. And it says it is matters for policy to address will include the following. And I think all we should be concerned with is there anything there that we would like to see included in the policy? And just to remind ourselves that we're not looking at the actual policy itself. And I must admit, I misunderstood this at the start of the day, and it's gradually become clear to me during the day that we are looking at what we want to see in the policies, not this is the policy, do we want to amend it? So I think that there's still a long way to go here, and I think we're working well. But I have just realised I didn't get an answer from Ed on whether we can apply any kind of retrospective view of sites that any loss of biodiversity within the year preceding the application will be considered as though what we're looking for is the state of it 1 year before the application has gone in order to try and prevent preemptive felling of trees and destruction of hedgerows and so on. I didn't get an answer to that.
Yeah. Ed, can you cover that off now, please, if possible?
Yes, certainly, Chair. I mean, I think it needs further investigation. Fundamentally, I certainly agree with the principle that we need to prevent developers from being able to short circuit the system by removing biodiversity from a site prior to submitting an application, and then us using that as the baseline. I think usually it's obvious if obviously a tree's been felled or a hedgerow taken out, to see what's taken place. But we will need to investigate what we use as a baseline for that assessment and how that's done. I think Rory, our new ecologist, was actually listening into the meeting earlier. I'm not sure if he still is, but certainly I will flag that up with him, and we can do some investigating what measures we can do to prevent that from happening.
Thanks for that, Ed, and thanks for that. Thanks for the, coming in with that, Councillor Davey. I think it is clear that we do need to focus on, are we going with what the policy actually is stating, or are we looking to place a lower importance? And that's really what we should be debating, rather than individual policies of what everyone would like to see in each policy, because I don't think that's quite helpful now. Right now, we need to keep moving forward on giving direction to the officers. So, Councillor Armstrong, we move to you, please.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just following on from my earlier input, and also following on from what Ollie has just said, really. But also bearing in mind what you've just said about not having extra things in the policy. I agree with the policy as it stands. I'm not on the committee, obviously, but I just wonder if there's something stronger that could be said about any proposals by developers who preemptively remove trees or hedgerows before an application is submitted, that there is some kind of comeback on them, basically. That's what I would like to see somewhere or other, either in the local plan or in a tree policy or whatever. So I think that is really, really important, because it's happening all over the district regularly. Mature trees are just being cut down all the time, and it's not acceptable. It's just not acceptable, and we should be biting the bullet and doing something about it. And I can't say that enough, and I'm sorry I just keep harping on about this, but it's very, very important. And that's all I want to say. I just feel that there should be some comeback on developers who do that. And if there's any way that we can do it, yes, 100%, I would support that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. I think the point that Ed made earlier was that anything that they can do during the planning process, they will try and cover through this tree policy, but it is very hard outside of that, and it's outside the remit of this committee in those areas. Councillor Howe, we move to you, please.
Thank you. And to disagree with slightly what you were saying earlier, I do think we need to give Mr. Freeman a steer with these policies, and that's the whole point about this meeting. And as such, a steer I would like to see is where a tree is proposed to be removed, that the canopy is replanted with young trees. So the size of the canopy of the mature tree is then replaced with 10, 15, 20 trees, depending on the species. That happens in many other district councils and county councils and other unitary authorities, etc. They have a more proactive, it's not a one-for-one, because you can never replace a mature tree, with another mature tree. So you replace the scale of the mature tree with young saplings to the quantity of the canopy. And I think that's a way of starting to make that difference. They don't gain anything because they don't gain any land, and we get a load of small trees that will hopefully, a number will grow to mature trees from that point. So I think that's a steer we can give Mr. Freeman. Other than that, we had a tree taff many years ago, and that addressed the issue of trees in the built form, as in the streets. And I am disappointed to hear our county council is so backward in its views on planting in streets, when it's done in London, it's done in many cities and continues to be done. And it's just about making sure the root ball is planted correctly in the correct containers to make sure the trees survive and carry on and don't harm anything else. So maybe that's the discussion we've got to have with our county councillors and push that further. But thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Howell. I think I didn't get my point across properly earlier. It wasn't the fact that I'm trying to stifle debate or not give a steer to the officers. That is the whole point. What I'm trying to avoid is 6 councillors going, I agree with X, I agree with Y, and it just constantly going like that, because we are just wasting time otherwise. Councillor Rack, we move to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, some years ago, when I was a county councillor, we have an area in Exmouth known as the Avenues. Many of you will know the Avenues. It's a rather select part of salubrious part of the town. And many years ago, trees lined those avenues. What's happened is that the pavements have been pushed up. And some years ago, there was a move by some Little Ward members on the town council to plant up to another 100 trees in the avenues. Now, the county council said, well, okay, you raise so much of the funding and we'll match fund it. Never dreaming that these councillors would be able to raise the money, but somehow they did raise the money and county had to keep to their word. But because of the concerns and the number of trees that they wanted to put in, and we have to be mindful that the utilities have cables and pipes underneath. Now we have fibre optic cables. So things have changed. And it's a matter of being very careful where the trees are planted, as Councillor Howard said. So that's just a note of caution. The planting in the end didn't go ahead and the money was given back. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ragg. Councillor Miller, we come to you, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think it's very difficult to give officers direction at the moment on this issue, because tomorrow at the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, we have reference to the fact that the idea that I think it was Councillor Bailey proposed at a full council meeting to adopt a tree policy that I'm fully in support of is at this, following the cabinet meeting, is at this stage being rejected. And I think really we can only be ambitious with this policy, with this local plan policy, if we're able to invest, I think it was the £50,000, don't know whether that's a one-off cost, I thought it was a one-off cost, into preparing the tree strategy, reviewing our resources. I agree with the idea of a supplementary planning guidance. So I feel as though we kind of need to wait until the budget comes through to see. I mean, I personally would like to see the tree policy agreed. I'd like to see that £50,000 found from somewhere, and I think it can be found. And I think tomorrow morning we're going to have a debate about that. So I actually do feel as though this first item of the day, that actually just needs to be deferred. I don't understand how we can debate this item with any confidence or without knowing whether we've got this £50,000 in the budget for next year. And I think dependent on that, we can be more ambitious. If we don't have that, we're going to have to be realistic. The problem with local plans sometimes is there's a lot of aspiration and nice words, but unless you have the resources and the officers to back it up, there's no point putting the words in there if we can't do that. So yeah, I think we need to defer this, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Ed, can I bring you in at that point? Just as allay some worries probably from what Councillor Miller's just stated.
Thank you, Chair. Well, my view would be we need a policy in the local plan that covers trees and development issues regardless of the tree strategy. I get the connection with the tree strategy, and clearly it would be great if that could be taken forward, but I think we would still need a policy here. And I hear what members say about that being ambitious and clear and robust about what our expectations are, and particularly in terms of issues like protection of trees and replacement tree planting, to ensure that it's more than just a one-for-one. It's putting back more than is taken away, and that needs to work alongside our biodiversity net gain policy, which is obviously intrinsically linked to this. And as we said, I think this is just the outline of a policy. So I wouldn't see, from my point of view, any problem in members considering this now and agreeing to one of the options or other. And obviously, we can link across to the tree strategy if that does progress. But I don't think it overall affects the approach we're taking in terms of planning policy. I think it's more about implementation in terms of the strategy and how we actually implement that, and the resources that are committed to that. But the overall approach, I think, is the same.
Thanks, Ed. Really appreciated. Councillor Rickson, we'll come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that we should increase our treescape as much as possible. It's beneficial for health. It's been proven to help people with mental health issues. It also, with more tree canopy, it helps to cool the climate, and that is going to be very important in the future. I would also point out that we have only about 12% of tree cover in this country, compared with an average of about 37% in Europe. So we're woefully behind our European neighbours.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ingham, come to you.
Thank you, Chair. I do support option A, and particularly what Councillor Howe said, and I think it was Councillor Davey, because, you know, with state of site 1 year previous, absolutely right. Some time ago, I recall the Diocese of Exeter ring-barked 6 well-established trees on what was to become a plot of land where they thought a number of new dwellings could be built. I phoned up and checked. It was absolutely right. They said, yes, we did that. So Councillor Davies bang on to say, can we prevent that? Yeah, and make it quite clear, as I think as Councillor Howe said, you know, match the canopy. Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Ingham. Councillor Rylance, you're next, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to see in this policy, so the sort of slant of the first bullet point, the encouragement of new tree planting, I'd actually like to replace the word encouragement with expectation, because I think that would cut down on quite a lot of officer time if there was a preloaded expectation that trees would be planted. My other observation is that there's no way in which replacing a mature tree with saplings is biodiversity gain. You know, once you've cut down a mature tree, you have lost biodiversity. That much is certain, because a mature tree sustains a variety of biodiversity that cannot possibly be present in much smaller trees. And whilst I take Mike Howe's point about replacing, you know, the size of the canopy with saplings, only a few of those trees will make it to adulthood and to maturity. So my personal preference has always been to, you know, assess the volume or the weight of the wood contained within the mature tree that's been chopped down and replaced with a similar volume of saplings. So it's quite probable that a developer wouldn't be able to do that on site, that they would have to do it somewhere else. But if we could get to a point where developers, instead of chopping down a very mature tree, which incidentally they are all visible on Google Earth, very mature trees. So if 1 year there's a tree there and the next year there's suddenly no tree and a planning application, it would be quite obvious to find out. It would be quite easy to find out. And actually create an expectation that they will replace with the same volume of wood which is still not sufficient in terms of biodiversity gain, but it would at least be a positive step, because whilst we're allowing people to chop down 300-year-old trees and replace with, 5 saplings, we're not doing the environment any good. So that's just my observation. Can we replace encouragement with expectation, just to remove some of the workload from officers?
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. Councillor Skinner, you're up next, please.
Yes, and just quickly, some of the points that were made, I don't agree with Councillor Rylance over the volume of wood. If you took down a very big tree and you wanted the volume of wood in saplings, you want about 100 acres to put it on, and then it becomes not workable. So that doesn't work. What I did very much like is what Councillor Howe spoke about, and Councillor Howe spoke about coming under the canopy, because you have to get all these things in balance. I've been doing farming all of my life, and my father before me and grandfather, and we've been doing hedging and trees and ditching and that all my life. I know a little bit about it. And having good trees and tree growth and working out of trees, out of natural hedges, as well as just planting, but in natural hedges, in this particular policy and going forward, and not without rewriting policy. But what I liked about what Councillor House suggested is because there is some evidence behind what he is saying in the weight of how we do that, giving us the ability through the policy process to work something up that becomes very workable, and seeing that as a fair way, and he used the figures between 10 and 15 saplings, and we all know that from day one they don't actually replace a big tree. We all know that, but from day 10, 15, 20 years going on, they absolutely outgrow that, because obviously evolution and they grow. So I'm very much in agreement of what that was put forward. And I do also like the idea of the 12 months previous and knowing what was done before, so as there isn't that, it's been said several times now, I don't keep repeating, but trees are taken down and then it's, oh, here's a clean site, when they took a tree down 12 months ago. And that's not playing cricket. There needs to be responsibility from developers to do that. And I'd like to see that reflected in our policies. So much agree, much of what's been said. I'm very supportive of that.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Young, you've already spoken on this item, so we are going to move on, I'm afraid. I'll propose it from the chair that we accept the policy as written, subject to the point made by Councillor Davey that further work's done by officers to research whether there is a possibility that we can look into the 1-year rule.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. Mrs. Shaw, can you take us to a vote, please?
With the canopy, Chair.
Sorry?
With the canopy, Chair. Do you remember? Match the canopy. If you took a photograph. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just move on to the vote. Option A is the amended policy approach, and option B is to place a lower importance on the importance of trees in respect of development. So if you press your green tick for option A and your red cross for option B, please.
Support for option A.
Thank you very much. We are on policy 80, Jurassic Coast World Heritage Sites and Geodiversity. We've got option A, which is for the policy, or option B is to not have a policy. Members, what do you think? Councillor Howe, over to you.
Propose option A.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll do that.
Thank you, Phil. Really appreciated. Can we take that to a vote, please?
Yes, members, if you could, I do apologise, I haven't got that one up in front of me, but if you would like to vote for option A is a green tick and option B is a red cross, members.
Support for option A.
Thank you very much. So the last policy in this chapter is 81. It's incorporation of wildlife friendly features into new developments. Option A is to have the policy. Option B is to not include the policy. Councillor Young, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the tree policy, I believe the biodiversity government policy is that the baseline for sites would be the year 2020. So that might, the idea of going back to 1 year might be superficial. Regarding this policy, again, I find it a bit wishy-washy. We'll seek to promote, encourage, and where possible require development. I would like to see a bit more heavy-handed, please. It's quite a deep policy, but no, we've got to pretty well enforce developers, not suggest and encourage. Thank you.
I think that's a general point made across the whole of the draft document. We are not viewing policy here, and I would really respectfully ask all councillors to stop picking up the grammar on certain points. We will try and do the most robust policies as possible, as listed in the reports, but just to picking up the general the wording of these directions, it's not conducive. It's not moving us forward any further. Councillor Howe, over to you, please.
Thank you. Mine's quick. I mentioned it earlier, and mine's about hard servicing and artificial grass, etc. Obviously, bullet point 3, avoidance of hard servicing, doesn't really do anything after the houses are built, does it? So it's just a friendly tap on Mr. Freeman's shoulder to say we need conditions, to say how much of the gardens could be hard surfaced one way and another, and in that include artificial grass, etc. So we don't end up with 100% artificial hard surfacing, etc. So we need thought on that. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Howe. I'll take that as a proposal and an amendment to the policy. Councillor Ingham, I know you're seconding it straight away. Councillor Faithful, we move to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is a time to be talking, but there's so many times when you get developers putting in sort of novelty things that are supposed to do something, and the wildlife won't touch it. And you see them all around the place, sort of bee friendly or bird friendly, and the birds won't go anywhere near it. So surely you need to make sure that what is getting put in is actually genuine wildlife friendly, not something that they've managed to promote as a bit of something and it doesn't work. Okay. I don't know if that's fits with the wording in there, but there you go.
I'm sure that'll be taken on by Ed and his team. Councillor Rixon, we go to you, please.
I like the comments made by Councillor Howe. With regard to things like artificial grass, this creates a sterile environment, which is absolutely no good for biodiversity or wildlife at all. And there's a proliferation now in this area of people putting in resin-bound drives rather than pavias, which allows the water to drain through. So is there anything we can do to try to deter this? Because it is not good in areas in river valley areas where you're going to get surface water flooding.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ingham, we come to you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry taking so long. I totally agree with Councillor Rixon and Councillor Faithful. So my question really is for Ed, that when you come to do this, if you sat me down and gave me 15 minutes, I might have been able to come up with the points in policy 81. Is there any more that we can put in there as ideas so that developers don't come up with, well, we couldn't do one or two, so we did nothing? I really think Peter had a very valid point, that they put things in that wildlife perhaps don't use. It would be nice, I know it's a challenge, if you could beef that up a bit, Ed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ian. Councillor Blakey, we're over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My concern is with regard to the wording of the second point, incorporation of wild and non-manicured space in the development. I think it just needs to be expanded a little in that I have in my mind small patches of grass areas or other planting, which frankly are a bit of a blight on new developments. I can speak from Cranbrook's point of view on that. I'd like to see the wording changed, just to add in large or substantial spaces, so that you end up with an area which is actually useful to wildlife and is not simply an excuse for an unmaintained small patch of grass, frankly. I think there is possibly there an option for developers just to have a small plot of grass that they don't want to do anything with, which is not conveyed to a resident, and which otherwise is going to fall on the town or parish council, or is going to end up being dealt with through an estate rent charge, all of which is going to be pretty unsatisfactory. So I think it should be larger areas of wild and non-manicured land should be the wording. Can we treat that as an amendment?
Okay. Councillor, how are you happy to accept that amendment?
Sorry, could he run that past me again?
Yeah, all I'm saying is that the incorporation, this is the second bullet point, incorporation of wild and non-manicured spaces should be wild and non-manicured large or substantial spaces.
Yeah,
in the development, not pretty little triangles of grass at the street corner.
Yeah, happy with that. Sorry. Yeah.
Councillor Ingham, a seconder, are you happy with that?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, we'll come to you, please.
Sorry. I want to make a completely separate point on air quality because I'm a part of the natural habitat, but I'll come back to it another time.
Okay, thank you very much. With no one else looking to speak, can we please take that to a vote?
Yes, Chair. Members, so you've got two proposed amendments to the policy approach, one relating to hard surfacing and artificial grass in bullet point 3, and the insertion of reference to a large or substantial spaces in bullet point 2. Could you please indicate by pressing your green tick if you're in support of that and those amendments, press your red cross if you're against those amendments, and raise your electronic hand if you're abstaining.
Amendments are supported.
Thank you. Therefore, moving on to the second element of this, the options. Please would you press your green tick if you're in support of option A as just amended, or your red cross if you're in support of option B, which is to have no policy.
Option A is favoured.
Thank you.
With that, I think we'll take another short break until 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Before you do, if I could, just for 2 seconds, because obviously we're going to move on to the Cranbrook plan at 3 o'clock.
Yep.
Can I make a recommendation that the rest of this agenda item comes back on its own agenda and the nearest future as we can to finish this bit off? Because I can't see us finishing it today, and we need to spend time on it properly, particularly on the allocations that are coming. So can I ask for an urgent meeting to finish this agenda item solely off in the near future?
It's just the fact of actually getting it organised. So the next meeting, well, the next 2 meetings are the developer meetings at the end of the month, and then for the first available meeting that we can get an all-day session with regards to officers' time is the February meeting. That's when we would be finishing off, and then we'll probably have to do another full day towards the latter end of February to get this actually finished and actually start talking about the site allocations.
Thank you, Chair. Can you plan that second day in as well? Do you know what I mean? Rather than wait, because I'm absolutely sure we will need the second, maybe a third. So if we wait and wait, it will go into March, April. But if you plan it now, we'll be okay.
Yeah, thank you. So if we meet back at 3 o'clock, and I'm just getting Andy Wood warmed up for 3. Okay, so see you back at 3. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Wendy?
Yes, Councillor Howe.
It was just a quick one. I'm probably going to have to disappear through this, so pass my apologies on if I leave and don't get back, if you get my meaning.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
No worries.
So thank you for that, everyone, and welcome back. We're obviously adjourning that agenda item until a subsequent meeting. What I'd like to do now is go back to agenda item 7, which is a clean growth vision for development in the west end of the district. And it's over to Andy Wood to present his report. Apologies for earlier and for withholding you, but yeah, the floor is yours now, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I was just going to give a very quick bit of context before returning to the recommendations. So in terms of explaining the terminology, clean growth, the essence of clean growth is really about decoupling economic growth from carbon emissions, and the UK has had some success over the past decade in that respect, particularly related to the transition away from coal-fired power generation. You can see in the paper, report, we've had a national clean growth strategy since 2017, which was labelled as a blueprint for our low carbon future. That was followed in 2020 by a 10-point plan for the green industrial revolution, which covered a range of things from large-scale offshore wind through to promoting walking and cycling. And most recently, in relation to COP26, we've seen the national net zero strategy as well. So there's a very clear direction established over many years. And that is also, there are equivalent clean growth documents, for example, produced by the Local Enterprise Partnership for the Heart of the Southwest area. In terms of this work in front of you this afternoon, the prompt for this, which has been commissioned by the County Council, was really around the relationship with the Exeter Airport and what happened coming up 2 years ago now with the collapse of Flybe, which went into administration in March 2 years ago. That led to getting on for 1,000 job losses, and at one point quite serious concerns around there being a potential existential threat to the airport and its future operation. Equally coupled with that is a global challenge for the aviation industry to decarbonise and to work towards a more sustainable future. I think it was referenced by Councillor Ingham already today that there was a trial of the first electric hybrid flights from Exeter Airport to Newquay back in August, and that really spoke to the potential to develop the airport as a, if you like, a test bed for the future of flight going forward in a way that would promote hybridisation and battery-powered flight and alternative fuels. So the report really picks up on that opportunity. It also highlights 3 other areas around greener buildings, around finance and around smart grids. And it picks up on the existing credentials of the area, both in relation to existing infrastructure investment, for example, in district heating, but also the relationship with the quality of the natural environment as well. I did just want to highlight one potential example, which is around hydrogen. So if you imagine the end date of the local plan, that also coincides in 2040 with the end of sale of diesel-powered HGVs. And it's clear there's going to have to be an alternative mechanism or fueling for powertrains. That could be hydrogen, it could be batteries, for example, but that infrastructure, bear in mind, we're going to have 2 million square feet of distribution and logistics space in the west end of the district will have to come in and be able to support that transition. It's a key part of our, if you like, our planning going forward. And so the work highlights the importance potentially of the hydrogen economy going forward as an element to think about going forward. Again, that's in the context of the UK developing a wider hydrogen strategy as well. So the 3 documents in front of you are a vision document, some anchor opportunities, and also a wider technical report. I just wanted to pick up on one element that relates to the second of those documents, which is around funding. Important to say that the vision is deliberately aspirational. I certainly can't say that it will all be funded, but what I can say, I think, particularly in the context of an opening up white paper coming forward, a potential for a county deal, that having an aspirational vision is more likely to catch the eye of government and investors in helping to support those opportunities going forward. So the recommendations in front of you are to endorse the report as part of the evidence base for the local plan, because it raises some wider corporate issues as well, for the report to be considered by Cabinet as well. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Andy. Really appreciated that with your report. Councillor Young, we'll come to you first, please.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. It's a great report and a suitable springboard for not only the West End to be greener, but the district. But some of these proposals should stretch right across East Devon. Some of the proposals are linked to the early days development of new technology. Therefore, we also need to account for other fresh opportunities that may come along. So it's vital that we do not ignore other fresh opportunities because we are too focused on another technology. Remember video recorders, VHS versus Betamax. Sony backed Betamax and they lost the race. So don't restrict ourselves with one technology. In 4.3 of this paper discusses hydrogen, and Andy just mentioned about hydrogen for HGVs. Only in the last few months, it's been recognized that hydrogen piston power is possible for larger HGVs and heavy plant over 3.5 tons. Also, hydrogen fuel cells rather than acid battery, with its inherent problem of disposal at the end of life, could be our future. That is if we can produce green hydrogen rather than continue to rely on hydrogen being a byproduct of the oil industry. The glossy brochure is great, but I would like to make a few points because it's a bit like a holiday brochure. We need to read the small print and do our own research. The maps included define the area of scope, which covers an area wider than the West End. In fact, the West End needs to be more clearly defined. It also shows green wedges and the Cliffs Valley Regional Park, which again require defining. We need to define the green wedges and the Cliffs Valley Regional Park with more definition of what is going to be allowed there. We want to encourage recreation, but does that include mountain biking? Maybe we shouldn't be allowing speedway or motocross, maybe a cricket ground, but what about a golf course? So there are lots of issues in there. We are also taking, we're also always talking about balance in planning terms. However, in recent times, the hierarchy of importance has changed. Providing new dwellings is still one key factor, but job creation, climate change, biodiversity, and recreation and open space have all moved up the agenda. Remember, the reason why our housing numbers are high is partly due to the inward migration from other parts of the UK. Why do people move here? It's not generally a specific job, but usually because it's a beautiful place to live and work. So we don't want to destroy the very reason why we ourselves love living here. An airport, power production, biodiversity, job creation, new towns, climate change, ANOBs are strange bedfellows, but there's no reason why all these important facets cannot be successfully accommodated in a well-planned document. However, I'm disappointed with one key missing element, which we have already discussed today, which is the importance of healthy rivers, preventing pollution and reducing flooding. As we are planning to build just under 1,000 dwellings a year, and Timbridge and Exeter have similar government targets, it's vital that an efficient sewage treatment, clean rivers, unpolluted seas, and reduced flooding are fully included in any of our plans. Climate change and increased intensity and volume of rainfall will only exacerbate the already fragile state of the West End surface water flooding and overflow sewer systems, in which is already identified as vulnerable, overcapacity and underfunded. So it's great we are looking at a greener West End, and we now need to set to work to create it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Young. Does anyone else wish to comment at this time? Councillor Allen, we go to you.
Yes, I just want to thank Andy for what is an excellent document. I think that the recommendations in it are excellent. It makes a very good pitch document, which you need to get people in Westminster to read. And it's very much focused on the partners and the innovation needed to achieve the very best results from green technology. Well done, Andy. Thank you very much. Fully support it.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Ingham, we go to you, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Trying to capture things in a sentence is always difficult. I jotted down some time ago, aspiring to have a balanced and harmonious relationship between people, communities, settlements, the environment, and economic prosperity, which makes all of those things happen. Those of you who are nearly as old as me will know that in September 1962, President Kennedy made a speech about aspiring to go to the moon and to land on the moon, which of course was absolutely ridiculous until July 1969, when they actually did it. And so my message is, we must really aim high. And what Andy told us was just touching the surface. And someone said just earlier, we should rule, I think it was Councillor Young, we should rule nothing out because we don't know what tomorrow has in store. However daunting the situation we're in now is as part of the pandemic, we have to aspire for better things and better times and to do our very best for our communities. And this, I believe, is going to do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Ingham. Don't know whether to put my tinfoil hat on now and say, did they actually go there? Councillor Howe, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Andy, for a very good report. I've really got a query because it's a nice document, but doesn't give us a lot of details, and I understand that it's early days. But on the last page, page 48, in particular, I need to pick up the aim of the Clean Growth Gateway Park and Mobility Hub, and particularly the last line of that, which comes back to something that we were talking about earlier, which is basically motorway services. And I imagine that's what Andy is referring to, is this is a motorway services. But it doesn't really give us a lot of detail because we can't have multiple motorway services, and it has to be on the motorway, and it needs to be both sides of the motorway because that's part of Sandygate's problem. So I just want to clarify with Andy whether we've got more details, we are thinking in the right way, and that is the ambition of what this is trying to do, or is this another services, if you get my meaning, just for electric cars, etc., which is a bit wrong. Because it's just taking up more land. So I'd love a bit of clarification, please.
Andy, can I bring you in at that point?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yeah, I've got the page in front of me. So I think there is an example on page 48 of an existing facility, which I think has just opened in Oxford, that gives you can see the solar panels there with a lot of high capacity charging points as well. So it gives us an indication of what's coming forward currently in other parts of the country. I wouldn't necessarily describe that as a kind of motorway service station, but I would just go back to something I think Ed highlighted earlier in the discussion around the existing Junction 30 services being identified within the original Liverplex division work as potentially being redeveloped, and whether that might prompt a wider discussion. But certainly I would, that example, the image on page 48 highlights that could be more of a standalone facility, really revolving around fast charging rather than more traditional kind of motorway service area, if that makes sense as well, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Skinner, over to you.
I better be careful, aren't I, promoting a service station? I got accused of something earlier from Councillor Arnott, which we'll see where that goes. But listen, Andy, wow, I'm impressed, but I always have been impressed by the vision that's seen, and this is a real visionary document. This is something that is working very much in together with, and I see Exeter University, Exeter College, Future Skills, the Science Park. It's all down here. The Devon County Council, the university, and the airport, and coming together. This is absolutely vital as to how we set ourselves up. And I think what I've been fighting for, and was very much fighting for since the day I joined the council in 1999, was that the jewel in the crown for East Devon is Exeter Airport. If we don't have the airport, we won't get the economic growth. And I think we're set where we're set within the Southwest region as a hub is absolutely vital to the whole region from Cornwall to Dorset and the surrounding area. It sets it. We've got an opportunity to really set the scene here. I commend the work that you've put into this, Andy, and your team over a long period of time. This hasn't happened in 5 minutes. But what I really am focusing on is how you and your team have managed to work within the evolving, the way that planning and future planning, strategic planning is evolving in time. And if ever we were in a point of transition between moving from fossil fuels, and we've spoken about it before, and into new clean energies, if there's anything that I'd always learned in my roles, was that the clean energy agenda is very much the Southwest region. We're not the Northern powerhouse. We're not going to be the West Midlands engine. But what we can be, and what we have here in this part of the world, is natural resource. We have beaches, we have different types of beaches, we have farmland, we're very diversified. We have a city, in fact more than one, but we have city, particularly in this area here of Exeter, the hub, the rural areas, and how it all works and how its connectivity works going into the future. I wouldn't be able to praise enough on what you and the way that you think, and you bring your team along to think and bring this forward. And I'm very, very supportive of the documentation. And I've said it before, and I will say it again at every opportunity I get, is that when we do strategic planning, we need to first start with infrastructure and the outside thinking, the future about how we're going to go. Then we work around the employment. And then when we build the houses, it's whom are we building them for and why? And that's the questions to ask. What we keep doing at strategic planning, it's not just this authority up and down the country. They start with the housing numbers as the deficit as to why people don't want things to happen. We need to be doing it the other way around. And this type of thinking, the way of going forward in this type of thinking, is just a revelation, really. And it's something this is what I get really excited about, is the future that we're looking at, that we leave behind for ourselves, our children and our grandchildren. Well done, Andy. Great report. Right behind it. Fantastic.
Thank you for that, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Rickson, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just following up from the comments made by Councillor Young. I think the only question that possibly we have in addition would be about the progress of the FAB project, whether this is going to go ahead, and if so, when?
We'll go to Councillor Davey and then we'll bring in Andy in a second. Councillor Davey, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, obviously I think this is a very exciting document, and I totally welcome the ambition for net zero in the West End. I'm particularly excited by opportunity 4 as listed, because it is talking about a skills hub. And one of the things that is going to be absolutely essential in the future is that people have opportunities to train and retrain in green technologies. We cannot go around putting people out of work in fossil fuel industries and then saying, well, you're on your own now, as we did with the miners. We can't do that. We have got to ensure, and this comes down to our inclusivity, I can't say it properly, too late in the day, inclusivity, and ensuring that people don't get left behind. So I think that this will be a crucial part of ensuring a green future and ensuring that everybody benefits from it, that people have opportunities to train and retrain in the technologies. And I would say, to stretch Councillor Ingham's analogy of moon travel, it was Jules Verne back in the 19th century who first suggested the idea of traveling to the moon. And in the same way, you know, here we are in 2022, actually, finally, looking at plans for green development in the West End. But a lot of this stuff was first thought about in the 1960s and 70s. So it's great that we've got there finally, and this is a national thing, but we have ignored this problem for 50 years and we're finally getting there. So we're late, so we're going to have to get on with it.
Thanks very much, Councillor Davey. Andy, can I come back to you at that point? You can give your opinions on whether we actually made it to the moon or not.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say, before I answer the question around the FAB project, just to express my gratitude to colleagues at Devon County Council who commissioned the work through Kerry Denton's team. I think for me, a key feature of the last couple of years has been the real collaboration around the Team Devon work. And, you know, this is a real reflection of that. So on the FAB project, I did pick up with the new project manager a couple of weeks ago and asked for a current state of play. Originally, the project was due to be constructed and complete by 2025. I think there's now an acknowledgement that's not going to happen. They are still working through issues with the French regulator, which I think are a bit of a hangover from Brexit as well. And I think an update was promised in the next couple of months. I should say they have continued to clear all their regulatory approvals, compulsory purchase and other items. They are still moving forward in that respect.
Thanks very much for that, Andy. Just for the benefit of the report, I'm happy to move the recommendations as stated in the report from the chair, and that doesn't require a second. So, Councillor Allen, we go to you, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Andy, that opportunity 6 is probably a core for the whole thing, because it will affect right across this area of the southwest. The sustainable finance cluster has immense potential to attract the right kind of investment, and I don't know if you could explain anything more of that or what your plans are, but I absolutely applaud the thought of putting a sustainable finance cluster in the middle of everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Allen. Andy, we go to you for the last time, and then we'll go to a vote.
I'm unfortunately not a great finance expert, Chair, but you can see there's some key institutions listed there, including University Exeter Business School, the UK Infrastructure Bank, as well as the expertise provided by the likes of the Met Office and that understanding of investments generally and how that impacts on climate change, and the, if you like, the world-leading expertise that's available locally in that respect, for me, is a really key feature of whether those things can be brought together. That is, I think, the essence of the cluster proposals. It's also an interesting dimension, I think, in terms of the role of the airport, for example, in terms of linking to existing finance centres, including the Channel Islands, for example, as well, and how do we marry up that expertise locally? So I can't give a better answer than that, I'm afraid, at the moment. But those, I think that, you know, getting the cluster moving forward into more detail will be a key challenge.
Thanks very much, Andy. So with that, Mrs. Shaw, can you take us to a vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Yes, members. The recommendations are that Strategic Planning Committee, having considered the vision of clean growth for the west of the district, recommends that the documents listed at paragraph 3.2 are endorsed as evidence to inform the production of the local plan, and that the committee recommends that the vision for clean growth for the west of the district and associated documents are also considered by Cabinet. If you're in support of that recommendation, please press your green tick. If you're against that recommendation, please press your red cross. And if you wish to abstain, please raise your electronic hand.
Thank you. So currently I have 10 votes in support with no votes against and no abstentions.
Thank you very much, everyone. Moving on to agenda item 8, Cranbrook Plan Development Plan document, the Cranbrook DPD. It's getting late in the day and I cannot speak any longer. Over to Ed Freeman to present your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So members will recall the Cranbrook Plan DPD was submitted for examination back in 2019. And it's been a long, hard road to get this far through the examination process. There's been various hearing sessions, both at the start and end of 2020. And also consultation on various viability matters last year. It's these viability issues really that have held us up in terms of lengthy discussions in the hearing sessions through the examination process and various concerns raised by the inspector in terms of the viability of the plan. Hopefully these have been addressed through the various additional information that we've submitted, which was consulted on last year, and through some of these main modifications which are listed in paragraph 5 in the report. So you see some of these, and I should clarify that paragraph 5 is not a comprehensive list. This is just drawing out some of the main modifications, as it were. And some of those are about clarity, updating things in terms of positions, such as the new use classes order, but also coming back to viability issues. Section F lists some of the sort of concessions that have had to be made in terms of the requests being made from the developers in terms of viability, in order to try and demonstrate that the plan is sound and address concerns that have been raised through the examination process, and the not insignificant concerns raised by the inspector in terms of those issues. So you'll see that unfortunately some contributions have had to be removed and some reduced in order to address these viability issues, which does leave us more reliant than we would originally have envisaged on external funding sources coming forward to help to address those shortfalls. I would, however, stress that it is obviously vital that we move forward with the Cranbrook plan and give clarity to the developers and the community at Cranbrook and the adjacent communities about future growth at Cranbrook, and so we can hopefully move forward in terms of delivering the expansion areas, which are key to us maintaining a housing supply over the coming years. So it's envisaged that we do a 6-week consultation on these main modifications, which have been worked up in partnership with the inspector, and she's now effectively instructing us to consult on those main modifications. The intention would be that that runs for 6 weeks, and those responses then go direct to the inspector once we've collated them for her to consider. And then the hope is that she will advise us of her views on the plan in her decision letter, which hopefully will enable us to move forward and adopt the plan. So the following, there's a number of documents that will be published as part of that consultation, which are listed in paragraph 8 in the report. Mainly a schedule of the modifications to the policies map, and an updated policies map, which are the main documents we'll be consulted on. In terms of the policies map, I should say there has been a further update to that since the report was published. We noticed that the policy map did not include the layer showing the flood zones that affect Cranbrook, so we have added those on in a further amendment. So it's that updated version we would be looking to consult on. And there is also an additional main mod that I should refer to, which is simply a point of clarification in that the affordable housing policy referred to its application within the built-up area boundary of Cranbrook within the policy. But keen observers of the plan will note that there is also a built-up area boundary for the Broadcliff Station area. And the intention is that a modification be applied to that policy to ensure that the affordable housing requirements apply both within the Cranbrook built-up area boundary and also the Broadcliff Station built-up area boundary. So that's just an additional point of clarification. The other thing to note is the sustainability appraisal, to which you have a hyperlink in paragraph 8 of the report. We've also now produced a non-technical summary to that sustainability appraisal. We don't formally need to consult on that, but we felt it was appropriate to update the non-technical summary as well as the main sustainability appraisal, bearing in mind that that's a much more accessible document and needs to reflect what's in the main sustainability appraisal. So hopefully that's all clear. As I say, we're largely under instruction from the inspector and in terms of these main modifications, and need to do this consultation to progress the plan, hopefully forward to adoption by early summer at the latest, I would hope. So the recommendations are that Strategic Planning Committee recommend that senior officers approve the undertaking of the public consultation exercise as I've outlined, approve that a paper copy of the consultation material be available at Blackdown House on appointment, and that we collate and summarise the consultation responses and then submit them directly to the inspector for her consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. Let's start with Councillor Rylance, please.
Thank you, Chair. I feel like we're in Groundhog Day, really, with promises being rolled back on in Cranbrook, and I feel like I've been doing this for 15 years now, which I have. It's predictable depression, really, for me, that things were promised and now will not be delivered. I have four specific questions. Four specific questions. They're all quite short. Okay, I noticed that the junior football pitches are dropping from 3 to 1. Question: if a football club wishes to run several teams at the same time, which frequently they do, what plan has there been made for that? Is one adult pitch going to be laid out so that crossways there are junior football pitches across it? That's my first question, because a football club isn't just one or two teams. Usually, it's several teams. With regard to the member of the public who spoke right at the beginning of the day, and name check Broadcliff as a success story of expansion classrooms, that was not a happy experience for anybody involved. So I would very much caution anybody against going gung-ho into putting schools into temporary classrooms. There are a lot of knock-on effects, not just for the children concerned, but also for the children in the existing school, for the traffic, and for the people who live all around the school. It was not a happy experience, and it was a very unfortunate experience, and not one that we should plan for, really. And it only came about because the school at Westcliff was not ready when it was supposed to be. And hopefully we've never again planned to build an entire housing estate for young families without a front-loaded primary school, because that was not a good experience at all. So I very much reject the notion we should put children into porta cabins. Before you know it, the funding climate changes and they're stuck in porta cabins for 40 years. That's not good. Blah, 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 speed limit. If we're removing the bridge over the old A30, what is the speed limit going to be on that road? Because if we're putting playing pitches on the other side of the road from a busy town with young children, you can just see the problems. People speed along there really quite fast at the moment, and they definitely don't respect the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. So what plans are there to drop the speed limit on the road? And also, what consultation, what efforts will there be made to alert people to the possibility of consulting the paper documents at Blackdown House? It is rather regrettable that we're both unable to consult in a virtual fashion, and that there's not going to be a consultation event nearer to Cranbrook. People actually have to go over to Honiton. Thank you. Those are my 4 questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rylance. We'll come back to Ed in a second. We'll move back out of committee. So we'll go to Councillor Lawrence first.
Thank you, Chair. That gentleman who spoke this morning, who was representing the developers of the Farlands section of the Cranbrook development, he was more or less advocating that they put in a satellite bit of Cranbrook away from all the rest of it. So basically no infrastructure, no school, totally unsustainable, but a big lump stuck a mile or so down the road. And also, I thought that the whole of Cranbrook was supposed to have been heated by this district heating system. Well, how are they going to do that unless they dig up the whole road down through to put the pipes in before they start doing this bit? It just seemed, and going back on what Councillor Rylance just said about the school, there just doesn't seem to be any thought of gone into this bit. I mean, you can't build a town and expand it and leave a huge lump out in between and then suddenly plonk another bit in. I mean, it just won't work.
I think that's some of the reasons why we haven't found a way forward at the present time for the development to go ahead. And obviously without a range of things, not just the things you've mentioned, but a range of other things in place, the development won't be going ahead. We move to Councillor Allen next, please.
Yes, I mean, it's a very simple question for Ed. I was looking for the updated flooding map and I can't find it in the documentation, and I wondered if you could tell me where it is lodged, please.
Yeah, we'll come to Ed in a sec. Councillor Hookway, we come to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to echo Councillor Ryland's comments about pitches. It's absolutely essential that with a growing town, which will go up to some 30,000 people, that there are a significant number of pitches. We've got a new leisure strategy coming on board in the coming year, and we have opportunities for funding from Sport England, and the Devon FA are very interested in what we're doing in Cranbrook, and I think we absolutely must have the right number of pitches, and we must plan for that now. Otherwise we will be very upset, and we'll get some upset people with us as well. The residents were unhappy. The other thing I want to say is that a town of this size should have its own swimming pool. I think there is a real opportunity here for a good quality Olympic-sized swimming pool, a rectangular one, that could not only serve Cranbrook but the surrounding areas and other districts of Devon. I've spoken to LED about it. Peter Gilpin is very keen on the idea, and again, with the leisure strategy coming in, I think it is a very good opportunity for us to provide a swimming pool that meets all the latest demands of being carbon neutral, which is something that we're going to have to face with our ambient pools across the district in the coming years. So that's what I wanted to make members aware of. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hookway. Just for clarity, this isn't the only location that there will be playing pitch. There will be playing pitches introduced into Cranbrook. There are multiple areas across the expansion areas where there will be playing pitches introduced of various sizes and for various uses as well. We are just negotiating certain uses between certain clubs for different parcels. With regards to a swimming pool, it does come down to pounds, shillings, pence, and whether it will be viable to do so. If anyone's got a few £1 million stuck behind their sofa, please come forward now. I'm sure the council will bite your hand off to install it. We would all love for a swimming pool. I would love one for one in Seaton as well, but it does come down to actually the viability of it and whether we can actually gain the funding through development, which
if I may say, Chair,
we can't do at the moment.
If I may say, Chair,
grant funding we can.
If I may say, we need to have the aspiration for one there. If we have a site and we have a place to go, we have the aspiration to do it, and there's certainly the will on LED's part to do so. If we have the aspiration, once we get the leisure strategy in place, I think we can then start putting together a business plan and searching for funding, because if you have the right size pool that meets Sport England's and Swim England's requirements, you will get some funding in some form. and then you can get match funding from other areas. But it's the aspiration, it's the acceptance that Cranbrook needs a pool that I think is so important, that I felt I must speak to the committee today to get this idea and this ambition put across. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Ed, can I bring you in at that point, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, so if I go back to Councillor Rylance's questions at the start and work forward from there, in terms of the football pitches at the Traysbere Sports Hub, I understand that the adult pitch can be used for junior pitches, so there is that opportunity to make use of that, and that has all been worked up in partnership with Sport England and the governing bodies as well. So it's no real, I don't think there's any real loss there. It's not so much as the developers squirming out of meeting their commitments, just that the requirements and what's the best fit in terms of what's delivered there that's come out of those discussions and negotiations. In terms of the schools, certainly I think we established earlier the need for the principle of ensuring that there are school places for the children coming forward and occupying new homes at Cranbrook. I would certainly agree that using temporary accommodation is far from ideal, and I think Devon County Council have been unable to agree with those bringing forward farlands because they're reluctant to do that. So the current provision is for permanent school provision, I believe, within either the Traysbere or Blue Haze expansion areas as the first school coming forward. In terms of the speed limit on the London Road, there's a lot of work going on in terms of the redesign of the London Road right the way through the full east-west extent of Cranbrook. My understanding is the intention at this time is to reduce the speed limit to 30 miles an hour through that section of the road. In terms of the paper copies at Blackdown House, it's unfortunate because that's where we are in terms of the COVID pandemic, in terms of availability. Happy to look at alternative options, but I hope that its availability online will meet the needs of most people wanting to look at the consultation and comment. And there'll be limited demand to actually see a paper copy. The alternative, I guess, if it would be to perhaps provide paper copies through the post where people are unable to attend Blackdown House, accepting that demand is likely to be very limited. So just moving forward through the other issues I've noted down, I think Councillor Allen was asking where the updated policy map was. We haven't published that as yet.
Flood map.
Yes, Councillor Allen. Yeah, what I was referring to in the update was that we've updated the policy map to show the flood risk areas on the map. That's all that's happened. We haven't published that as yet because that's only happened in the last couple of days that we realised that layer wasn't showing on the plan. But it's information that's already out there. It's just that it wasn't shown on that particular plan, and it should have been. So we've updated that, and that will be published alongside the consultation, ready for next Monday. Assuming members are happy to proceed with the consultation. The only other thing I'd say in response to Councillor Hookway's comments is that there is land coming through to the council to provide a health and wellbeing centre as part of the town centre at Cranbrook. Whether or not that can accommodate a swimming pool is going to come down to pounds, shillings and pence, isn't it? But I know both myself and I think Fia, who heads up our Cranbrook team, have met with those who are undertaking work on the leisure strategy so that there is an understanding of the relationship with Cranbrook, the opportunity that Cranbrook presents as well, so that can be a coordinated approach going forward in terms of provision. There is policy on the town centre, and it does look to deliver that leisure centre as part of that, and there's a capital contribution towards the leisure centre included in the infrastructure delivery plan. So that has a cost based on a leisure centre including a pool, a 25-metre pool in there. It's not funded in total at present, but we have some funding towards it, and have identified obviously the opportunity, if we can deliver the remaining funding, to deliver a pool there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, Ed. Councillor Blakey, let's go to you next. You knew you wouldn't not speak on this.
You should be so lucky. Right, thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much to Councillor Hookway. I'm delighted to know that we've got a 50-metre Olympic-sized swimming pool on the way. Presumably, this is spare change from the Exmouth budget that will find the figure necessary. The last one I heard for an Olympic pool was 25 million quid. So we look forward to that. Obviously, that is not going to happen, because if that kind of money was around, we would find another use for it anyway. That aside, and obviously that's very much tongue-in-cheek, we're rather going off piece here, aren't we? Because the point of this particular matter that we're discussing is whether to approve the consultation or not. Getting into the detail of what's going to be provided and so on is at this point pointless. And we should really be looking at the recommendations as presented by Mr. Freeman and actually voting on that. So I would like to propose that the recommendations as written are accepted, and we go ahead and get this consultation done, because frankly, we don't have much choice in the matter if Cranbrook as a larger entity is ever going to be delivered. It has to be done for the inspector, so let's crack on with it, please. Thank you.
I'll support that.
Thanks very much for that.
And I'll second that.
Thanks very much for that, Philip. Philip, do you have anything you wish to add? Or
yeah, well, I do really, because I in my days I always did economy. I left the housing bit to one side, but Cranbrook has become a real sort of issue whereby I just feel that we over many years it was hailed as a new town and very sort of out there and cosmopolitan, and we're doing lots of things and lots of things are going to happen. And as time has gone on, as it's built out, it seems to me that all there's been is an uphill battle. And I'm sure, Ed, you don't need to make an expression here, I'll do it all for you. This uphill battle in battling with the developers to get what was supposedly be the things that should have been in place, the infrastructure, the sport facilities, the schooling, the workshops, the employment space, all those things. And it's just been a battle after battle, and it shouldn't be like that. This development should not be like that, but it has. What I find really frustrating is with the farlands scheme is a developer coming in and really, again, and Councillor Lawrence absolutely bang on the money, absolutely understands this. It's in his patch, of course he would. He lives and breathes it, but it's so far adrift from having a cohesive plan. And we were talking about wedges earlier, and then if I remember rightly, and there was other members been here a long time, longer than me, one or two, but when the new town was being proposed at Cranbrook, one of the things it should never coalesce was Wimpole. That was one of the things that was in it. Does not coalesce with other parts of the villages and existing villages. To have an application at Farlands go forward almost on its own is quite wrong. So I'm not supportive of that. I very much agree with Councillor Blakey, and again, he's been here for a long time, not quite as long as me, but he's been here for some time, and he absolutely understands the Cranbrook scene, and he lives there and all the rest of it. So I'm very supportive of what he's saying. And that's why I seconded, through you, Chair, I seconded the motion that's been put forward. We don't want to get into the detail of Olympic-sized swimming pools, which is a bit of a... Anyway, there we go. But a swimming pool from Councillor Hookway thinking he should have a swimming pool. Of course he should. Of course he should have aspirations. Of course Cranbrook should have aspirations of what it wants to do. And one thing I will pick up from Councillor Hookway is one thing that I've always aspired to. Let's aim for the stars. Let's have a vision. Let's have something we can really chase for and have a go at. And then if we don't get there, well, we didn't. But let's not start at a low place and then try to raise. Let's raise high and let's go there. So I'm supporting the motion, Chair, through you, from what Councillor Blakey has said. And there's lots of things in here that we need to address. But the point, I think one of the things that I find, as I said before, what Councillor Lawrence raised was the Farlands one being apart from working within cohesively with the rest of the plan. That don't work for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Arnott, over to you.
Chair, I've got to go. I'm just wondering, hopefully no more speeches. Are we going to a vote now?
We're going to a vote right now.
Thank you.
Mrs. Shaw, can you take us to a vote, please?
Yes, Chair. Members, there's 3 elements to this recommendation to senior officers: that the approval of undertaking a public consultation exercise as detailed in the report and in accordance with the adopted statement of community involvement of the Cranbrook Plan DPD main modification schedule, updated policies map as you've been updated, and associated policies map modification schedule. Secondly, approve that a paper copy of the consultation materials be available to view at Blackdown House on an appointment basis system only, and collate and summarise the consultation responses and submit them to the inspector for her consideration. Members, if you are in support of those recommendations, please press your green tick. If you're against those recommendations, press your red cross. And if you wish to abstain, raise your electronic hand.
Just waiting for the final votes to come in. Okay, Chair. So I have 11 votes in support, no votes against, and no abstentions.
Thanks very much for that, Mrs. Shaw, and thank you very much for that, Wendy. So with that, that brings our meeting to an end. I'd like to thank...
Chair, sorry, may I say something just at the end? Just very quickly, can I just understand, so when we come back, which will be in February, so we'll have our 2 meetings at the end of January, then we'll come back in February, we'll start with chapter 8 or whatever it is, paragraph 80 something, and then we'll start back again at, then we'll roll then back into chapter 2 and chapter 3. Is that right, Councillor?
As soon as we get to the end of the plan, yeah, we'll move into the start and then start working towards allocations, which is chapter 7.
Thank you. And would it be possible for there to be some more detail about the new town when we do that in February?
I think the issue is that everything is a new town is hypothetical at the moment, so it hasn't been fully scoped out. The sites themselves have been scoped out, but the whole premise of having a new town hasn't been fully.
So there's been no more viability work since GESP?
Other than what we've received, well, there was another, through the last HELAR process, there was another site put forward for a new settlement. So there is 3 sites that are available that have been put forward, but again, it's up to this committee on what they decide and how they wish to take it forward.
Okay, thank you.
Could I be clear on that, Chair, if you don't mind? Does that mean when we come back, we're still starting on chapter 15? Because that's where we finished at 14.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay,
yes,
thank you. That's all I wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, thanks all. So with that, that brings our meeting to an end. I'd like to thank everyone, including members of the public, for their attendance. Members, can I remind you that until the Democratic Service team confirm that the live streaming and recording has stopped, you can be seen and heard, and any comments may be recorded. Thank you and good evening.
Thanks, everybody.